Can we begin housekeeping, please?
Thank you for participating in today's meeting. If attending in person, please do not connect to Zoom or teleconference while in the room, and please silence all devices. If translation is provided, click on the globe at the bottom of your screen to select either English or Spanish. Public comment will be taken after each item. If you're in the auditorium and wish to comment, please use the iPads located in the lobby or complete a blue speaker card as available. If you need assistance, please find a South Coast AQMD employee. Speakers may be limited to a total of 3 minutes or less for all agenda items. Times may be shortened to ensure all speakers can be heard. A countdown timer will be displayed on the screen for each public comment. More time will be allotted for Spanish translation that is not simultaneous. For questions or issues on making a public comment, please call the public advisor at 909-396-2432. That's 909-396-2432. Please adhere to the speaker time limit and treat others with courtesy, civility, and respect. Failure to do so can result in your mic being muted or you being removed from the meeting. Be aware that this meeting is being recorded. By participating, you authorize recording of audio and visual content presented during the live event and consent to subsequent use of the recording in the public domain by South Coast AQMD.
Gracias por participar en la reunión de hoy. Si asiste en persona, favor de no conectarse a la conferencia telefónica o Zoom mientras esté en el auditorio y silencie sus dispositivos. Si traducción es disponible, haga clic en el icono de globo en la parte inferior de su pantalla para seleccionar inglés o español. Se tomarán comentarios del público después de cada punto. Si se encuentra en el auditorio y desea dar comentario, utilice los iPads ubicados en el vestíbulo o complete una tarjeta azul según esté disponible. Si necesita ayuda, localice a un empleado de South Coast AQMD. Los comentarios pueden ser limitados a un total de 3 minutos o menos para todos los puntos de la agenda. El tiempo límite puede ser reducido para que todos los comentarios puedan ser escuchados. Se mostrará un temporizador de cuenta regresiva en la pantalla para cada comentario público. Se asignará más tiempo para traducción al español si no es simultáneo. Si tiene preguntas o problemas sobre cómo hacer un comentario público, llame al asesor público al 909-396-2432. 909-396-2432. Respete el tiempo límite y favor de tratar a los demás con cortesía, civilidad y respeto. De lo contrario, es posible que se silencie el micrófono o que sea retirado de la reunión. Tenga en cuenta que esta reunión está siendo grabada. Al participar, usted autoriza la grabación de audio y contenido visual presentado durante el evento en vivo y da su consentimiento para el uso de la grabación en el dominio público por parte de South Coast AQMD.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. Supervisor Hagman, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I'll be honored to. Thank you, Madam Chair. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our great flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you for that. Can we get a roll call, please?
Mayor Locke Dawson? Here. Supervisor Hagman?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McAllen?
Here.
Supervisor Mitchell? Supervisor Wen? Vice Mayor Olmos?
Here.
Board Member Padilla Campos?
Here.
Supervisor Perez?
Here.
Councilmember Rahman? Councilmember Rahman is absent. Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez?
Here.
Vice Chair Caciotti?
Here.
And Chair Delgado?
And I'm here. And I think Councilmember Rahman is here somewhere.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's start with any opening comments. Wayne, do you have something for us today?
Sure. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. If I sound a little excited, it's because we just concluded our governing board student intern program. And I got to tell you, it is so exciting to hear those young interns and talk about their experience and really where they're going in the future. And I'm really proud that this organization has a chance to help shape such young lives. And I think the world will be a better place as they enter the workforce. So just wanted to highlight that. Also wanted to note the addition of item number 24, in case you hadn't seen that, maybe you were out of the country, but that is certainly going to be an item. It was added Tuesday morning. We'll be making a presentation to discuss the status of our rulemaking process, as well as the draft cooperative agreement that was submitted by the ports roughly 2 weeks ago. We'll present some options for your consideration. Look forward to that discussion. And then finally, I'd also like to take a moment to introduce one of our newest team members. Some of you may know him, but his name is Carlos Gonzalez. He's our new Assistant Deputy Executive Officer for our Legislative, Public Affairs, and Media. Carlos? Some of you may know Carlos as he has been quite a fixture in the state legislature for the last 15 years. And we really look forward to him working with us and benefiting from his experience. So we're very excited to have him, and this is his first board meeting, and I think it's his third day, so be kind. And with that, Chair, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Wayne. Thank you, staff, for putting together the event this morning. It really was very uplifting, and I loved it, so thank you for that. Any other board member comments? Vice Chair?
Madam Chair, thank you. We have some photos. And we took a trip to Indiana, near Indianapolis. And, oh, this one, this is a couple weeks ago. I want to thank staff. Aaron, we had a group of people that wanted to build a supercharging station in the city of Azusa. And that's a city manager on the screen right there. The two company members, Ben and Sam from my office. And there's, I believe, Aaron and May. We're talking to the business people about how to apply for the grant. So I believe they applied. We'll see if they get it to build a supercharging station for many trucks, medium heavy-duty vehicles in Azusa. Next. This was our trip to Indianapolis, and then we drove over to Columbus, but not Columbus, Ohio, Columbus, Indiana, to see the largest engine manufacturer in the world, Cummins, C-U-M-M-I-N-S. And there's Sarah, Wayne, Aaron, and myself. And they've taken an engine, one of the diesel engines they built for most of the heavy-duty trucks out there, Dodge Ram pickups, and they've kind of exploded it, but it's a massive facility. Next. This is us in their Seymour engine plant. They've got across the world, most of the United States in that area, in Indiana, a lot of farm area, a lot of open space, New York, South America, China, Europe, 75,000 employees, a $34 billion company, started in 1919 in Indiana, right outside that Columbus right there, manufacturing diesel engines, and exploded. And this is, Wayne, is that a locomotive engine right there? So we've got to see their whole plant, hundreds if not thousands of workers changing shifts, building locomotive engines. We couldn't take a picture of the tank engines they were building, but it was exciting. Next. Again, other pictures, there's Wayne and everybody looking around. Next. The next day, Wayne and Sarah really had to fly back to Sacramento to work on some legislation, but Aaron and I stuck around. We got to go to their technology laboratory, Aaron, was it? Yes, and it was, again, just thousands of American workers working to produce. And as we went upstairs, we saw all their patents. They had over 1,000 patents on everything from filtration, afterburner equipment to protect our lives. And we were there. It was interesting. We were there, and they were wanting to meet with us because, if you remember the Volvo Lights program, we contributed money to natural gas trucks, electric trucks, and they'd invested. They were mostly diesel, but clean diesel. They'd invested billions in electric battery technology and also hydrogen fuel cell. They want to say, hey, is AQMD, since the federal government's kind of lost their role a little bit, are you guys really going to be still doing this so we don't waste $2 billion and lose American workers? We said, we're still there. We want cleaner air, better technology. It's exciting to see American workers producing equipment. Next. And this was yesterday at LA Unified School District. I want to thank the board. This never would have happened without the entire board and staff, Wayne. Several years ago, we had a program for commercial electric lawn equipment and giving 85% off. We put millions of dollars into that. And it started off slow with gardeners taking advantage of it. But several years ago, we worked with LA Unified School District, again, the chair, all the board members. We had not put money in there. What happened yesterday never would have happened. Over 4 or 5 years, we worked with the members in the maintenance operations branch. That's Manuel on the left. That's Dan May from the American Green Zone Alliance. And what LA Unified did was become the largest school district in the nation to convert all their land care operations, janitorial using leaf blowers, to all electric. No more gas, no more oil, no more spark plugs, no more pollution for teachers, students, staff, and the neighbors that live around there. We saved them over $1.5 million. And over the operation of all that equipment, they will save $5 to $6 million over the next 6 years. So staff, thank you so much, board members, for doing that. Was that the last picture? And these are what we did. We went through each manager in every area management of all LA Unified School District from north, west, east, and south. All of them had become AGSA Green Zone certified. And one even reached a higher level where they have all organics. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you for attending all those events on behalf of the agency. Supervisor Bettis.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, let me just state that I wish I could have got here sooner to have met our intern from 4th District, Riverside County. I do have staff with me though, and I'd like for them to reach out, at least to say hello and to connect. I assume that the intern is probably here in the audience, so I'm going to ask both Pedro and Pablo to come down to reach out and say hello if potentially he might be here. He's not here. At least to get the information so that we can go ahead and put in a phone call. So thank you for that. On another note, obviously we've been working with AQMD, and I want to just say thank you to staff. It's been a tough road. I know folks back home can be heavy at times when it comes to issues, especially air pollution and dust. It seems to be lingering in the air, and know that we are working hard with AQMD to put together a dust summit, some sort of first annual, if you will, dust summit to discuss the concerns when we have those little, I don't want to call them natural disasters, but it feels like one. When you have a bunch of dust in the air and you can't manage to drive faster than 5 miles an hour, and you can't even see in front of you because it's so windy and so dusty. And obviously it's a major concern of people back home for different reasons. Obviously the public health issue, which we don't know exactly what that means yet, but definitely when it comes to the economics of the area and tourism industry, and how that impacts folks that potentially may come or may not come as a result of the dust in the air, and maybe perceiving that it could impact their lungs, their respiratory health one way or another. It's a $9 billion industry, an industry that we need to take care of out in the Coachella Valley, and that's why that's critical. Some folks are speaking about it more and more. That's why I think it's critical that we get out in front of it as much as possible, and tell our own story, not let others tell the story for us. And at times, sometimes we have a tough time with telling our story, and I want to make sure that we don't do that. We need to make sure that we take care of that item, we take care of that issue. On another note, so with that being said, we will be organizing a summit, it looks like for October potentially, and at the same time between now and then, we're already meeting with folks to get people there. We expect a full room at this summit of different entities engaged. On another note, just want to say, Carlos Gonzalez and I go way back. I've known his family for a very long time. He actually was once an organizer with me back in the day, and I'm glad to see him here where he should be in Southern California. You know, he stayed in Northern California too long, and you know, Sacramento has a way of sucking up the energy out of people, I think, and hopefully he's re-energized now that he's back home. And now he gets to see his family more often and his friends that he grew up with. And so welcome, Carlos. Very proud of you. And I just want to say I appreciate the fact that you are now on AQMD, where I think you'll do a good job, and we look forward to working with you. There is an item number 6, which I guess I'll hold on until a little later. But thank you so much.
Okay, Mayor Lock Dawson?
Hi, thank you, Chair Delgado. Good morning, everybody. First, I just wanted to thank staff for putting together a wonderful breakfast this morning. Sessa, I know you worked with a group, but it was there she is. There's Sessa. You did a great job organizing the breakfast and just organizing the program. I think it was one of the best run intern programs that I've seen. So, and I think you inspired a future generation of air quality people. So thanks for doing that. Also, I wanted to congratulate Sessa for being appointed to the CARB Communities Input. I can't remember what the name of the group is, but yeah, so she's representing us down here at CARB. So thank you for doing that. And I appreciate you stepping up for that. And then finally, yesterday, I just held the first meeting in the city of Riverside for our Riverside Energy Program Community Task Force. I assembled this group to help us design a program to get community input on how we spend our AB 1890 funds. Those of you who were around in 1990s know that AB 1890 set aside, made all public utilities and commercial utilities set aside money for public benefit programs. And City of Riverside has never really involved the public on how we spend those monies, how we design that program to be the most impactful. So we arranged a task force of community leaders and industry folks. And we had our first meeting yesterday. We have 2 more planned, and then recommendations will come back to full council in the fall. But I'm really pleased to see people are interested in this and want to do that work as well. So, and speaking of summits, I guess I should say too, Riverside is going to be hosting its first ever heat summit, extreme heat summit in the fall. And I will keep you updated with more details on that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Don't see any other requests to speak from board members? Oh, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just real quickly, also wanted to thank staff for taking the time to invest in the internship program. Outstanding program today. I always find it really just inspiring to hear from all of the interns about their respective journeys, not only academically, but on an eye toward their future career aspirations. And in particular, as I was listening to all of the interns, really thinking about the future of our AQMD and knowing that hopefully we'll have a number of these interns returning here to the AQMD family and investing their career to help in the betterment of air quality and our mission. And also want to congratulate all the interns, in particular to Melina and Honor. You're attending here this morning. So great job, and we'll look forward to great things to come. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we already have a lot of folks who want to participate in today's discussion. We have 62 people who have signed up to speak here in the auditorium. So I just want to check in with staff if what you recommend about public comment period time being limited.
Thinking about the last meeting, I'd say probably about 1 minute.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll start with general public comment. And we'll have a minute for anybody to speak on items that are not on the agenda. And I do have 4 speakers present. We'll start with Lindsay Escamilla. Lindsay, followed by Marvin Norman. Actually, Marvin signed up 3 times. So. These are live. Okay. We do have some hands raised online. Maybe we could just see if we can start there. Vice Chair, do you want to take those?
Yes, Madam Chair. Take the first speaker, you've got 1 minute, is Madeira Wetenji. Go ahead.
Hi,
Go on.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, board and the staff. My name is Mandira. I am a Sierra Club member and a Los Angeles resident. I am actually calling in to congratulate the staff and the board on a really great victory on 1146.2, which sets zero emission standards for boilers up to 2 BTUs. This is the groundbreaking role, and this decision makes clear that staff and the board were in the right direction, heading in the right direction and in the right side of history. So I asked the staff and the board to capitalize on this and actually look forward to on rulemaking on 1146 and 1146.1, which will regulate larger boilers and capitalize on this, build on this momentum, and actually aim for a stronger role. Thank you so much. And
Thank you. And the next speaker has the name of Arsen, ARSEN 5 or S. Go ahead. You're muted.
Yes, good morning. My name is Dave Arsenault, and I serve on the Board of Governors of the Propeller Club of Los Angeles and Long Beach. Our organization is comprised of stakeholders representing every discipline in the global supply chain. And our organization has fully supported the environmental policy leadership that our San Pedro Bay ports have demonstrated over the years to make
This is a public comment for items not on the agenda. You may want to stick around for item 24. Next speaker is Skylar Wanacott. Go ahead, Skylar. These are items not on our agenda. Go ahead. You've got 1 minute and you're muted.
Thank you, board. My confusion, I did not realize that this was for items not on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, Madam Chair, there's no more speakers.
Okay, so we're going to go back to Lindsay Escamilla, followed by Marvin Norman.
Hello.
Good morning.
Just wanted to congratulate on to share my congratulations on defending the 1146.2 lawsuit, which reaffirms the Air District's authority to set zero emission standards and protect public health. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Marvin Norman.
Good morning, board, members of public. Marvin Norman, CCAJ representative. I'm also here to help congratulate you guys on 1146.2, and we look forward to working with you guys and working on 1146.1 and 1146. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see a future intern there with you. Don't forget, we have an amazing program. All right, with that, I'll move to consent and board calendar. We have items 1 through 22. Any board members need to, okay, we'll start with Supervisor Hagman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's see. For items number 3 and 14, I do not have a financial interest, but I'm identifying for the record that I'm a member of the Mobile Source Air Pollution Reduction Committee, which is involved for these items.
Supervisor Nguyen.
I have some questions on item 2C. Questions and comment. Do you want me to do now?
Yeah,
or
go
wait?
ahead.
Okay. So I know this is involving Rule 1133, but I also want to touch on Rule 1302 because it kind of works in hand. I know that there was a letter from the Orange County Waste and Recycling in regards to Rule 1302. And I wanted just to see where staff is at and if we've had an opportunity to work with the county and to see if there's a way we can look at Rule 1302. And on top of that, there's also, when it comes to 1133, there's some some rulings recommendation that they're asking for as well. So just want to touch base and see if staff has worked with them or has seen the letter. I assume you have. That's it.
So with regards to 1302, I think you're referring to the working of the
co-location,
emission
The
factors.
co-location.
Yeah, the co-location and the emission factors. Mike, do you want to start out on that?
Sure. So Capcoa is working on updating those. They're having working group meetings right now on that, and we've talked to stakeholders that when those get finalized, we'll go ahead and reopen the rule up in order to adopt those same factors when they show.
And then what about and that includes the definition of the essential public service as well?
So that's a separate issue, but yeah, so we will be looking into opening up our Reg 13 at that, and that's the appropriate form for that at that point.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Supervisor Bettis?
Point I want to make on item 6. Switch very quickly though. Interest on item 6. I am identifying for the record that I am a supervisor for the County of Riverside, which is involved in this item. But with that said, I just want to commend once again staff as well as our communities out in the Coachella Valley, specifically the eastern Coachella Valley, the AB 617 communities for coming together and ensuring ultimately that we deal with this issue of dust in our own communities, and obviously the work that needs to be done, meaning the paving of roads in which we need throughout the county of Riverside and the eastern Coachella Valley, especially. There's quite a bit of work that's been done, and just want to say that there have been about 34 identified properties to do this line of work. We have a list of potential pavement projects, and they go on for quite a while, but let me just state that they are in Thermal and Mecca, mostly in Thermal area, and potentially maybe even some might be in Oasis. I'll be reviewing these areas with staff, with transportation out back home with the County of Riverside, and seeing how we're going to prioritize them, identify which ones should be first tier, second tier, third tier. But I look forward to ensuring that these get done. And obviously, we have ways to go, but this is great, and I just want to say thank you.
All right. Board members, is there a motion or any other comments about the consent calendar?
Had been moved to consent item.
Second, Caccioti.
All right. So items 1 through 22 have been moved. Can we please get, oh,
We
I'm
do
sorry.
have one person signed up for public comment,
We do?
or we did.
I'm seeing, oh, you mean Jackie Romero?
I thought I saw Ranji George, but yeah, I guess we'll go with Jackie.
Okay.
Jackie, you got 1 minute. Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Jackie Romero with the California Restaurant Association. I want to provide some comments regarding proposed rule 1138 on item 2.d. While CRA shares the district's ongoing concerns over reducing emissions, our member restaurants remain heavily concerned with the significant economic and feasibility impacts that are associated with the proposed amended rule. The reduction in the amount of meat allowed to be cooked per week is reduced by more than half. This will be impactful to the estimated 1,200 chain-driven broilers currently estimated to be in use in the district, which staff also estimates to be a unit per facility. We urge staff to conduct further outreach and solicit feedback from impacted operators than just the one site visit conducted so far. This district captures the largest restaurant community among the state from other air quality districts, and impacts are not comparable among each other. This industry continues to fight to keep their doors open, and such rules heavily impact their ability to do so. I just wanted to share those comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Don't see any other hands raised. We have a motion and a second. Can we get a vote, please? Yeah, no, definitely. Staff? Do we need to take a break or? The interpretation is not working.
We could take like a short break, maybe 2 minutes or so, just to get that up.
Okay.
Hopefully that's enough.
What's the issue?
The interpretation is not working.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, we resolved the translation issue. I would like to recommend to the board that the board consider moving the rule items before item 24. They should go fairly quickly, but we do need to submit those to EPA.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll ask all the board members to please come back to the dais, and we do have voting that needs to be locked in.
Yes, I did.
I think we're missing Supervisor Mitchell. On your vote?
Oh.
I see you. Okay. Are we good?
You can call it.
I'm just waiting for the results to go up there. I can preview them. I know everybody's in suspense, but.
Well, the motion passed.
Okay. 12-0.
12-0.
All right. Well, that's fine. The motion passed. And based on staff's recommendation, they'd like us to hear public hearings 25 and 26 before item 24. So we'll move to item 25.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board and the public. I'm Seng-Mi Lee, Planning and Rules Manager, presenting South Coast Air Basin Contingency Measures SIP Revision for 2015 8-hour ozone standard. So this presentation has this brief outline. I will start with where we are at with the ozone air quality and the 2022 air quality management plan that addressing this standard we are addressing today, and what the contingency measures are, what we are including in this package, and conclude with the step recommendation. So starting with ozone air quality in the basin, obviously we have made significant progress over the last many decades, even though there is a little bit of stagnant in the progress due to complex ozone chemistry and some adverse meteorology. But still the bottom line is we are well above our federal 8-hour ozone standard. And then this package, there are multiple ozone air quality standards, and then this package addresses the latest one set in 2015 at 70 ppb level. So non-attainment status comes with various SIP planning requirements, and the last AQMP, which was 2022 AQMP, introduced the strategy to attain the 2015 ozone standard. We developed a plan with the input from stakeholders. We adopted it end of 2022. We are currently implementing it. That includes rules like 1146.2. And in terms of timeline of the last AQMP and contingency measure guidance-wise, so the AQMP took 3 years to develop, which is normal for big plan like last AQMP. And then we submitted the plan, followed by the adoption, submitted the plan to EPA. But only after 1 month after we submitted a plan to EPA, EPA released a draft version of guidance how to address contingency measure. And they finalized it only end of last year. Therefore, the last AQMP could not address contingency measure because of no guidance available at the time. But this SIP revision intends to address all the requirements set by EPA's guidance. So then what is contingency measure? That is additional measure to reduce emissions if an area fails to meet the air quality standard or fails to make progress toward attainment. So this should be additional measure that has to be beyond any existing measures, including those needed for attainment. So in principle, contingency measure is designed to put non-attainment area back to the path to attainment. However, in reality, areas like South Coast Air Basin, which has a long history of regulation, and then implementing all feasible measures, has very little or no opportunity for contingency measure. And then there are additional requirements that's called triggering mechanism. That means it has to be already adopted rule ready to implement if an event qualifying for the contingency measure occurs. And it also has a specific timeline that the measure needs to take effect 60 days from the event and reduce emissions within 2 years from the event. And also EPA set a certain amount of emission reductions required for the contingency measure. So to respond to EPA's requirement, we already amended multiple rules that reduces emissions from stationary sources. They are as shown in this slide. For example, so the contingency provisions included in these rules that reduces VOC emissions by reducing wood burning activities on the bad air quality days, or reducing VOC emissions by detecting a leak, any leak, and repair them from chemical storage tanks or refineries. CARB also adopted their own contingency measures called the smoke check program, which requires more smoke checks for passenger vehicles, meaning that they intend to catch, let's say, high emitting vehicles because of the malfunctioning of exhaust control and repair them. So in that way, reduce the exhaust emissions. One of the requirements is the amount of reductions to achieved by contingency measure. So EPA calls it 1 year's worth of progress. For South Coast Air Basin, 1 year's worth of progress is about 2.6 tons of NOx emission per day and 3.5 tons of VOC emissions per day, which is a huge amount of reduction that we haven't seen this type of opportunity in recent years. So accordingly, the contingency measures, the reductions anticipated from all the contingency measures included in the package achieves less than EPA's requirement. In such case, EPA requires additional justification saying that there are no other available measures for contingency. For that, we have done the really extensive analysis. It's called the scarcity justification. This is really resource intensive, but then we started from examining all the sources emissions in the basin. And then we identify rules applied to each of them. And then we also identify rules similar to those from other areas, other non-attainment areas and other states, and compare the stringency. If any rules found to be less stringent than other rules in the other part of the country, then we evaluate that, whether that can serve as a contingency measure, specifically more like, are they technologically ready to implement within the time frame needed for contingency? And how about the time to reformulate products and the time needed to install the new control equipment, etc.? So after this extensive the analysis, we concluded we have not found any other availability to serve as contingency measure. So this SIP package has developed with a public process, and we briefed the Mobile Source Committee in April. We hosted a public consultation meeting, and then today we brought back for board consideration and adoption. But during public comment period, we received feedback from stakeholders suggesting us to consider the following ideas as contingency measure. They are mandating zero emission technology, or pursuing more stringent port ISR, and then reduce emissions from projects subject to general conformity. And then we evaluate all the measures that was included in the previous AQMPs and have not yet implemented yet. So step analysis is all these measures are not appropriate as contingency measure. That is because of the timeline needed to implement these measures, or they are already relied on an attainment. So this is the step recommendation that what we suggest the board to determine contingency measure is exempt from CEQA requirement and adopt a measure and then direct the step to submit to CARB. That concludes the step presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, any questions? Okay, it's a public hearing, so I'll go ahead and open public hearing first.
Sorry. I just was wondering whether we could see the second to last slide again. That's okay. Before we move on to the public hearing.
Okay, so this is for the stakeholder feedback process. I just wanted to, okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, with that, I will open the public hearing. This is for item 25. You do not need to sign up to speak. You're welcome to come to the podium to say anything about item 25. And we do have a few people who have raised their hands online, so I'll turn to the vice chair for now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First speaker, you've got 1 minute, is a phone number 1310. Last numbers are 220. Go ahead, please. You're on mute.
Hello, am I being heard?
Yes.
My name's Harvey, and I'm speaking for myself, Public Solar Power Coalition, and all like-minded people that want to see equitable, just solar. Okay, you've eliminated solar. I'm incorporating by reference everything that we've submitted the last 40 years, including the 16 plan and comments made this spring and whatnot that you've not evaluated. The Sunshot program that we submitted 100 exhibits on from EPA. Okay, this is outrageous. This is illegal. We've been talking to Anita Lee for 3 years about this. We talked to staff. Staff is stonewalled us. Oh, minute's not enough time. I don't know why. We have a minute. This is outrageous. We're litigating enough. This is fucking bullshit in the vernacular.
Cut off. Next speaker is Brian. Brian, go ahead, please, and welcome. Brian, go ahead. That will conclude public comment on this item.
And we have somebody who would like to speak here, Fernando Gaita.
I just want to say, as you consider this contingency measure plan and the vote on it, recall the last slide that we just looked at about the stakeholder feedback. There are significant rules that could have been passed that would really significantly reduce NOx emissions. One of the reasons that was rejected for the contingency measure plan by staff is the length of time it takes to pass rules by this agency, including one that would have reduced NOx significantly, Rule 1111, 1121 updates. So as you move forward in your rulemaking process, think about the time it takes to pass rules and the need to pass comprehensive rules to meet the district's demands and its mandate. Thank you.
Do you want to try Brian again, or?
Brian, we'll give you one last chance. Your hand's still raised. You've got 1 minute to speak on this item. Go ahead, please, Brian. Brian, you're on mute. One last chance, Brian, to speak. You're on mute. You're muted right now. Unmute if you want to speak. Thank you, Madam Chair. No more speakers.
Okay, with that, I will close the public hearing.
Move it.
All right, so I think it was actually technically moved by Supervisor Perez, so I'll offer that as a second. Can we have everybody vote, please?
The motion passed 12-0.
Great, thank you. Now we're on item 26, our second public hearing. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Mike Morris, Planning and Rules Manager.
Before you start, Supervisor Nguyen had a recusal to make for this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm recusing myself from agenda item 26 because of financial interest in Kinder Morgan Inc., which is materially affected by this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
So I'll be speaking about Rule 462. Thank you. So this rule is a rule that regulates VOC emissions from bulk loading operations. Those are the operations where fuel from a terminal or a larger type facility is transferred into tanker trucks or rail cars and then sent to places like gasoline stations. So it's that transition for the storage tanks to these fuel trucks. We have about 53 facilities in the basin. The larger ones are generally located in the Wilmington, Carson, West Long Beach area. Next slide, please. And so in response to the AB 617 community there, we are opening up this rule to address fugitive VOC emissions. This is also a control measure in our AQMD. And as you heard Sang-Mi mention, we are also including a contingency measure in this rule. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the main portion of this rule is to include optical gas imaging. It's basically a video camera that allows you to see the vapors coming from these tanks much more easily and quickly. This is our fifth rule that includes such a measure. It will be applied to the larger facilities. We're also doing some other amendments to the control devices and how clarifications to the rule as well. Next slide, please. As far as the contingency measure goes, we will be including a measure that if triggered by a failure to meet a milestone or a NACS in the Coachella Valley area, that we will increase the frequency of the optical gas imaging monitoring. In the rule right now, it's monthly, but if the contingency measure is triggered, then that will switch to every 2 weeks. Next slide, please. So the cost effectiveness of the rule is roughly $38,000. We'll be reducing just over a third of a ton of emissions per day of VOC. And as you know, most of the cost is related to the purchase and the use of the OGI cameras. Next slide, please. The impact of the rules economically is less than $1 million a year. We also see no environmental impacts expected by the use of the camera. So we will be including a notice of exemption for the CEQA process. Next slide, please. And so staff is recommending that you determine that this rule is exempt from CEQA. We amend the rule and we include it in our state implementation plan. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Board members, any questions? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to open the public hearing. And again, this item is number 26, and anyone can come up to speak. You do not need to sign up. I don't see anybody lining up, but we do have a speaker online.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have one speaker, Harvey Etter. Harvey, you've got 1 minute, and please refrain from any profanity. Go ahead, Harvey. Harvey, you're muted.
Oh, hello. Am I being heard?
Yes, you are, Harvey. Go ahead, please.
Okay, I'm speaking for myself, PSBC, and quote from what I said before. Okay, this is premeditated murder. Part of this, this is VOCs and NOx. The Lancet, within the last 2 years, said that
This is
there's
not
$1 million.
relevant to this item. We can move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Harvey. You've got to stay relevant to the item that we're talking about. Okay, next speaker just has future. Go ahead, please, future.
Vice Chair,
Yes,
can I have a moment?
yes.
I'll just open it up again for anybody who would like to speak here in the auditorium, item 26.
That's the last speaker. So we'll conclude public comment.
Okay. With that, I will close the public hearing and turn it back to the board for questions or a motion.
Agman moves.
Second,
I'll second.
Cacciodi.
All right, it's been moved in second. Can we please vote? Are we waiting for? Yep, 3 absent.
So
Okay.
it should show as abstain for her.
Okay.
One more.
That's why I was asking if we're missing somebody.
Everybody vote.
There should only be 2. When, but then we have 1 empty.
Did you vote, Chair?
I thought I did. It's gone.
Yeah, it was showing you as absent.
Well, it was a yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, he saw me, evidence.
Do we need to retake the vote?
Sorry, everybody.
Here it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're talking about something.
Okay.
We can fix that in the minutes.
All right. With that item passes. And we're going to go back to item 24. Okay, this is regarding the Marine Ports Facility-Based Mobile Source Measure. And I'll turn it over to Sarah.
Great. Good morning, Chair Delgado, members of the board. My name is Sarah Reese. I'm the Deputy Executive Officer for Planning here at the district. And I'm going to give a bit of an update on some recent happenings regarding our port ISR rule and seek some board direction in the wake of those happenings. So moving on to this slide, I just want to start with a little bit of background. Why are we even looking at doing rules on the ports in the first place? And the reason is we have some pretty terrible air quality in our region. We have the worst ozone levels by far. We have some of the worst levels of fine particulate matter. And as a result, we fail to meet multiple federal and state air quality standards. Now, back in 2016 and in 2022, our board approved our air quality management plans. These plans are the blueprint showing how we're going to be able to meet those standards. And both those plans included measures on ports to control emissions from those ports. Reducing emissions from ports is also a priority action for our 617 community that borders the ports. And it's important to note that NOx is the key pollutant that we need to be able to control in order to reduce smog in our region. And over 80% of the smog-forming emissions are coming from mobile sources, the trucks, the ships, the trains, the engines associated with cargo handling equipment. And because of their size, San Pedro Bay ports, largest port gateway in the country, one of the largest port gateways in the Western Hemisphere, they are the largest source of smog-forming emissions in the state. It's not their fault. It's just because they're so big and they attract so many big engines that emit all of this NOx. Next slide, please. So we have some good news. There have been some emission reductions from the ports, which is great. We show that between 2017 and 2023, approximately 37% reduction in NOx associated with the ports, which is great news. But when we look to see how those emission reductions came about, it's primarily from the implementation of CARB regulations, namely those regulations regarding trucks that really cleaned up a lot of the trucks in the drayage fleet, as well as bigger ships calling our ports. So ocean carriers have been sending bigger ships to our ports that are able to carry more containers. And when they do that, they can move the same amount of volume with less ship visits. And so that has also contributed to this reduction. The ports also importantly have in place their clean air action plans. Their first clean air action plan developed in 2010 that established some emission reduction goals. The ports have been able to meet those emission reduction goals, which is also great. But it's important to note that those emission reduction goals are pretty old. They date back to that 2010 cap. When those goals were established, they were pretty much tied to what it would take to achieve the 1997 ozone standard, which is the least stringent ozone standard. And even then, those goals were established just based on those defined measures, so not on the totality of the emissions reductions that would be needed to achieve that standard. The ports did update their cap in 2017, but at that time, they did not update it to include additional emission reduction goals. They still kept those 2010 goals in place, at least for criteria pollutants. And this is despite the fact that we have multiple air standards we need to deal with now, including the 2008 ozone standard and the 2015 ozone standard, which are a lot more stringent and require a lot more emission reductions. Next slide, please. So given that background, why is action still needed for the ports? Because after all, they do have these plans in place. They are working on those plans. It is also important to note those clean air action plans don't necessarily have quantified targets associated with them. So there's no guarantee of the emission reductions. And we know, again, because of the size of the emissions associated with the ports, we know we can't attain these standards without further action. We need to be able to go beyond the good work that the ports have already put into their clean air action plans. We also know that in terms of transitioning to the next generation of cleaner mobile sources and zero emission technologies, significant work needs to be done on fueling and charging infrastructure in terms of planning for that future, getting that equipment all in place. And then finally, given our current political situation with California losing its ability to regulate mobile sources with the loss of the waivers, that puts more emphasis on local controls, on the ability to leverage local authorities, whether it be regulatory or non-regulatory, so that we're able to get emission reductions. Next slide, please. I think it's important to walk through timeline a little bit. This has been a long journey with the ports. It actually predates 2017, but I started at the agency in 2017, so we'll begin there. So back in 2017, on the heels of the board adopting our 2016 air quality management plan, that did include that control measure of reducing emissions from the ports. Staff were directed to work with the ports on a memorandum of understanding, so voluntary agreements to get those emission reductions. And that effort dragged on for quite a while. We went round and round. It started off as an effort to try to quantify emission reductions from the implementation of the 2017 cap. And it didn't really go anywhere. And then finally, just on as we came up toward the pandemic, it fell apart. Then when the pandemic happened, with the uncertainty on the pandemic, things were kind of put on hold a bit. And then the board directed us to go back and do a second attempt at trying to get an MOU with the ports, and that also didn't pan out. And the primary reason why those efforts failed at the end of the day was we hit an impasse on enforceability. We and the ports could not agree on what enforceable conditions would look like. It was important for us going into a voluntary agreement that we know we're going to get something out of it at the end of the day. And I think we've always said the mechanism by which we get emission reductions isn't important. We're not wedded to regulation or agreements, but we need to make sure that we get those results. So that was the problem with that. After the second MOU attempt failed, the board then directed us to pursue rulemaking with the ports, and that's what we've been doing since. That's our port ISR rule, or proposed rule 2304. The initial concept of that rule included mechanisms that would achieve emission reductions, as well as looking at zero emission infrastructure. During the course of that rulemaking, it became very apparent that zero emission infrastructure planning is where it's at, that there's a dearth of planning going on. There's a huge need to be able to be met. There's a big gap between now and then, and you can't really talk about bringing in zero emission trucks or cleaner ships if you don't have the fueling infrastructure and the charging infrastructure to support that. And so our conversations that evolved into a rule structure that was really about an administrative rule, a planning requirement requiring the ports to submit master infrastructure plans showing more or less how they're going to achieve the goals in their cap, frankly. What is the infrastructure required to get to those cleaner technologies that are discussed in the cap and the implementation of that? We were on the verge of submitting or issuing a 75-day package on the proposed port ISR 2 weeks ago. That would have put us on the schedule to bring this rule for board adoption in October of this year, per board direction. On that day, the port submitted us a draft cooperative agreement. And so we thought this issue was important enough to bring it back to our board. We haven't had a lot of time to look at it, but on first blush, there seem to be some elements that could be workable. And so we wanted to bring this back to the board for consideration and get further direction. Next slide, please. Okay, so I think it's important to look at 2304, what the development status was at. We last presented this to you in February of this year. Since then, we've released 2 additional drafts of rule language. Those have incorporated successive feedback from our stakeholders. We've also had 2 updates to a mobile source committee, as well as had 3 working groups, both in person and virtual. And it's still been considering further revisions to the draft rule based on recent feedback from stakeholders. We continue to improve that and to try to fold those comments in. Next slide, please. Okay. Just a refresher, an overview of what that proposed rule is. Again, it's an administrative rule. It's a planning requirement rule. The ports would develop master fueling and charging infrastructure plans, submit that to AQMD within 2 years of rule adoption. Those plans are to evaluate infrastructure needs for all of the major emission sources associated with the ports. But more importantly here is the ports are really the driver. We've always said that the ports are the best entity to assess what infrastructure needs look like. That's not really the business of AQMD. We don't do that. But they work with their terminal operators. They work with the shipping lines. They know what that space looks like. And so here the ports would set their own timelines within those plans, what the appropriate level of implementation would look like. There would be a role within this rule construct for then South Coast AQMD to approve those plans. But I would characterize that approval with a lowercase a. It's really about completeness. It's really about looking to see if the plan hangs together, if it looks like it's going to hit the goals that the ports have established. And then the ports would then implement those plans. But there's a lot of off-ramps and timeline extensions possibilities we built into the rule. And the reason for that is there's a lot of uncertainty with these infrastructure plans, right? There's a lot of different agencies involved, utilities involved, things that are beyond the port's control. This was never about holding the ports accountable for things that are beyond their control. If there are things happen where you have a good plan and for whatever reason it doesn't pan out for no fault of your own, you should be able to get an out. And we believe the rule language provided that. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's dive in a little bit to the cooperative agreement that the ports submitted to us. It came to us 2 weeks ago, so on July 18th. This was developed by the ports. It was the first time staff had seen this language, so again, we're still trying to unpack that. We've taken an initial look, and initially we think there might be something to work with, although we do have some concerns, and we'll get to that. It's a little unclear how much flexibility there is to work with the ports, but we can see how that will play out. So the parties of the agreement would be the City of Long Beach and the City of Los Angeles, but that'd be by and through each city's respective Board of Harbor Commissioners, and then South Coast AQMD. Important to note that the term of this agreement is 10 years. It would go through 2035, so it's a pretty long time. And then upon signing, South Coast would stop working not only on the proposed port ISR, but on all future rulemaking regarding the ports and emissions. So that would be we would get completely out of that rulemaking game, including additional control measures. And we do have concerns that as written, that might prohibit some of the funding mechanisms that we currently have in place. There is a placeholder in here for enforceability. It's to be determined, so it's blank, but we do appreciate that the ports have seen that enforceability is an important issue for us and have put a placeholder in there for further discussion. Next slide, please. Okay, a little deeper dive on what some of those measures are in that cooperative agreement. It's kind of 2 main components. The first component is called sort of these cap plus measures, as the ports have characterized them. I'm not going to be critical here. These are good. These are all really good things. But they are, frankly, things that the ports are already doing or already said they were going to do under the cap or falling out of that. So things like implement projects that are already grant funded or consider enhancements to current programs like OGV incentives. Again, good stuff. And it's things that we would definitely encourage, but it doesn't necessarily go above and beyond what's already on the books. And then the second component is this infrastructure plan piece. And this would have the port develop infrastructure plans for in kind of 3 stages. The first stage by October of 2027 for the container terminals as well as drayage trucks. then in 2029 for their other cargo handling equipment, as well as local switchers, and then in 2030, finally for those hovercraft and OGV. Here, the ports would develop and improve their own plans. The role for South Coast is really we would get these annual reports so we were able to see progress. Next slide, please. We try to do like a real initial comparison between what our proposed ISR would look like versus this draft cooperative agreement. Again, this is the language that we've seen so far. There's probably room to discuss with the ports more and maybe amend some of that language. In terms of general scope for our proposed ISR, it was just focused on the infrastructure planning piece and implementation of that. The draft cooperative agreement has that, plus additional cap measures, and then existing funding programs, so that it's all wrapped into that as well. In terms of the district's role under the ISR, we would be approving plans, we would be approving time extensions, approving off-ramps that the ports would ask for if things didn't pan out. We would also have a role in ensuring that the ports were complying with approved plans. Under the draft cooperative agreement, the district's an observer, so we don't really have a role beyond receiving these annual reports, at least as currently written. And then flexibility in the infrastructure and planning implementation, we think that's similar. That's more or less the same. So a lot of those flexible approaches that we discussed are in kind of both ISR and the agreement. I think that's a good thing because of all the uncertainty out there. Having that flexibility allows you to move forward and make progress on infrastructure planning without necessarily taking on a huge risk. Next slide, please. As I said, we did feel that this was worthy of discussion with the board, and that's why I'm bringing this to you today. But we do still have some concerns on the draft language as currently written. Enforceability is a big key issue for us, but there is a placeholder there, and it looks like the ports would be willing to have a discussion on what that might look like. A 10-year prohibition on rulemaking is pretty big. That's huge for what is, again, through no fault of their own, but still the largest source of emissions in our region. Limited district role in terms just to quantify emission reductions and making that information available to the public. That's pretty much the only role we would have in this. And notably, if we were to submit any emission reductions that would fall out of this to the SIP, in the event there'd be any shortfalls, the district would be exclusively liable for that. There are several legal provisions that we believe should be revised if this was going to be considered for adoption by the board, but we could get into that later. And then all additional SIP control measures related to ports must cease. And then, we're looking at what kind of public process would be involved in this. We feel it's really important that if we were to proceed, that there'd be a level of transparency with the public, that this be all out in the open. Next slide, please. So with all of that, I bring to you three potential options. That could be variations on these, but these were the ways that we saw it, of how to move forward with all this information. One, we could continue to pursue the rulemaking for the draft ISR. We could look at this cooperative agreement and discuss that in a public process and see if we can work on that with the ports. The third option is a parallel path where you do both, where you still have your rulemaking in place. You still work with the ports on this cooperative agreement. I think that if we were to consider that third approach, we would probably have most of the focus on working on the cooperative agreement because we are fairly far along on the draft ISR. We were about to be able to issue that 75-day package, but we have, I think a lot of areas we've identified in the cooperative agreement that I think we would want to work with port staff as well as have the public engaged in that. Our goal in all of this, whichever option is picked, is that we would bring an action to the board for consideration by December of this year. As you're aware, we have a very lengthy timeline, so we would like to be able to move forward. And then regularly provide updates to our Mobile Source Committee and report back on how things are going and what the schedule looks like. So with that, I've said a lot. I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you so much for that. I have a hand raised, Supervisor Mitchell. Is that old or do you? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think some of my questions were answered, but I'm still struck really on process. I wasn't here in 2021 when the motion was approved by the board by a vote of 12-1, as my research suggests. It was moved by now Mayor Richardson and seconded by our current chair, to move forward. I came into this space, kind of did my research on actions taken by the board. And so I was surprised when on July 18th that we didn't go forward with the release. And as you talked about the fact that the rule really was administrative in nature, focusing on infrastructure and planning, I understood why the rule took that focus based on my participation at our retreat a couple of years ago, where we heard from everyone that we couldn't move forward with the zero emissions plan because there was no infrastructure. So we decided to use the rule process to address the infrastructure. And now, on the day that we were supposed to move forward with the release, this new document appears. And so just help me understand from, I think, the staff's perspective, why the decision to stop going forward with a board direction from 2021 with the receipt of this letter, when you showed us a wonderful time frame where it's going back to 27, we've tried with the MOU and never got anywhere.
Maybe I can answer that, Supervisor. Please. I think we all recognize the challenging time that we have right now with the attack from the federal government on existing statutes, and even within our own legislature in Sacramento, where there seems to be a lot of concern on environmental actions taken. And part of what we had wanted to do was to be cautious from the perspective of, we just had a major item that we brought to the board that didn't pass. And I certainly don't want to bring another item to the board that may not pass. And so getting the board's perspective and guidance in how we move forward, I think is critical, so that when we do have something that we can go to the board, we know that we've done it with full awareness and full support of the board as we move forward.
If I could add, Supervisor, so it's funny that I seconded the motion and Rex or the mayor is now championing this. It's ironic to me that we're the ones who voted for.
I found that ironic too.
Yeah. But I think it's very indicative of kind of all the work that we have done. But for full transparency, and I have shared this with everybody, while we were working on the rule, I did ask the ports to participate in the process. Mm-hmm. And if they did not agree with what staff had put out in the ISR, to provide a red line. And I asked for that by the date we had to notice. The day we had to do the notice, we received a red line that was not our ISR. And so I felt that it was important to bring this back to a public discussion for the board to decide what to do, not as an individual, because it's a big enough deviation that I think we need to talk about it. So
I appreciate that. And I'm wondering if, as staff presented, that the ISR is really perceived as an administrative rule. When I read them, although I shared the concerns expressed, I mean, I don't know why any rulemaking body would agree to a 10-year prohibition on rulemaking. I don't know if any of us who serve in any elected body would vote on a motion that would prohibit us from doing our jobs that the voters elect us to do, and prohibit ourselves from making rules for 10 years. So I think that's a little curious. But help me understand, like, are they mutually exclusive? Why couldn't we go ahead and go forward with the rule that's administrative in nature, that focuses on infrastructure, while we continue to attempt to come to some agreement that have failed twice? Maybe the third time's a charm, I don't know. But based on the timeline you showed me, these efforts have failed twice. We could continue that work. Are they mutually exclusive? I don't see that they are.
I agree, they're not mutually exclusive. And I think that the way that we've looked at it, we were trying to bring the item back to the board before October. Moving as quickly as we did, we still missed the 2-week period, but the goal is to bring an item back to the board before the end of the year. We think that December is enough time to move forward in a fashion. And as Dr. Reese explained, we are very confident with where we are on the rulemaking process that we could put that aside for now to address these concerns that you've just expressed that we've also share. And so we could have a discussion. Because we haven't had a discussion with port staff on this item yet, we don't know if these are absolutes, if there's room for negotiation. And again, I sort of go back to, I want to make sure that as we move forward, we bring something back to the board that's going to be approved. So one of the options that Dr. Reese discussed was the dual track portion. And I know that there'll be many people who think we've engaged in MOU type discussions with parties in the past. And we were in a very different place. And the example that I'll use, for instance, is the rail yards and the railroads.
I lived through that one, yes.
Yes, and as you recall, the railroads offered a very enticing offer, which was, we'll give you more emission reductions than you could get through the rulemaking process. And we felt that given the history and the precedent that had been set with the railroads and the courts, that was an offer worth taking. At that time, however, though, we weren't as far along in the rulemaking process, and we stopped the rulemaking process to have those discussions. And so that process dragged out for about another 6 months before one of the parties ultimately pulled out. And so then we had to go back through the rulemaking process. And we did ultimately bring that forward. It just wouldn't have been in the time frame that we would have hoped. Because we're much more along on this rulemaking process, I feel confident that we can continue to advance that as well as have discussions. But I would, from a perspective of trying to make sure that we bring something to the board, that we use both plans and that we continue in a way so that if the discussions regarding the cooperative agreement that was proposed doesn't fall through, because if, for instance, the items that you mentioned are absolute from a port perspective, we could bring that back very quickly to the Mobile Source Committee. And then the Mobile Source Committee could say, you're in the right direction, maybe you need to bring that to the board for another consideration. We would have at least 2 other opportunities before we'd come back to the full board. But we have the ability to do both. They're not mutually exclusive. We could do one, we could do the other. We try to give the board as many options as possible in moving forward. You may have some additional ideas or other ideas. We're certainly open to hearing what those ideas may be as well.
Well, I'm glad to hear that my assumption, my sense they weren't mutually exclusive is supported by you. That then calls into question to me again the timing of the July 18th date. I hope that the ports and all the parties who've sent all of these letters of support in the last 24 hours, are open to discussion. I guess my question is really timing. It's a lot to resolve. If you say, if they're starting at 10-year prohibition on rulemaking, hope springs eternal. I'd like to be optimistic enough to think that we could get to something that we find agreeable, but that's a pretty huge delta at this point from my perspective. And so what's the timing? If we're talking about trying to bring the ISR rule back before the end of the year, and you've got the 75-day period, all of these things that they talk about, they want to offer robust accountability and transparency provisions with clear time milestones for implementing the CAP plus measures, that the public will be engaged through transparent processes, the CAP stakeholder meetings, respective boards of harbor commissions, city councils, public meetings. That's a lot of activity. And so all of that's supposed to happen before the end of the year?
Supervisor Iffy, are there more questions? Because I do want to give everybody else a chance to ask questions as well.
I'll stop there, Madam Chair.
Okay.
No, that's fine.
No, we can definitely come back. I just want to give folks a chance. Go ahead. Please answer the question.
Thank you. It is a lot. It is a lot, Supervisor. Staff is committed to working as hard as we can to accommodate those issues. As you know, in a public process, it often takes time, and making sure that we can get rooms, that we can get all the equipment, that we can get all of the parties aligned, get the notices out. We will do our best to do everything that we can within that time period. The board also could say, take more time. Going through a 3 months, 4-month process may be considered rushed by some, but we're willing to do what it takes, as I said before, to bring something to the board for consideration and give you as much options as possible.
Thank you. Supervisor Hagman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple clarifying questions for me. It's been a longer process than I've been on this board. The previous two, I guess, tries at working with the boards, do you see anything different on this third proposal for them that you haven't seen on the first two?
In my review of the packet, and I'm also going to ask Dr. Reese and her team to add, I would say, has there been any substantive difference with regards to the commitments and the roles? You know, when I went through the document, I didn't see any emission reduction commitments. I saw a lot of processes. So for instance, the plans that we're asking for within 2 years. I think it was shown in 3 different phases, focusing on different aspects. And that was a 5-year process. So this is a little bit more drawn out.
I guess not so much in specifics, but in earnest. The same players are at the table as they were the previous 2 times, and they failed to come up with agreement. I'm asking, is there any kind of likelihood? We got 2 new mayors, I guess, since some of that happened, and Rex was part of this board before, so he has that background. But from the core staff, one of the things I would suggest maybe is what our previous board member very earnestly tried to do is have board-to-board member discussions as well, staff to staff, if there's any kind of direction of that. The second question I had was status of legislation. So they're asking us to take away our powers to do our job. At the same time, they are driving in legislation to take them away legally against the ports. Are they offering to take that off the table at all if they want us to stop of our rulemaking process?
I'm not aware of that,
Is
if
it
that's
still,
what they are.
it's still in
doing.
what's in appropriations, my understanding?
Right now, it's past transportation, and now it's in appropriations. The legislature is on break. Once they come back, it could possibly be held in suspense. It could move forward. Then it would go on to the full floor. But I would note that there are differences between what SB 34 proposes. Right now, SB 34 has a sunset date of, I believe,
2031.
2031, as opposed to a 10-year sunset date that's 2035. That's being proffered in the latest cooperative agreement that was provided.
And lastly, I guess there's a big conflict between what the federal government's doing now and then what it was doing a year ago. Any direction, any kind of insight you give from your dealing with EPA that may trump what we're, not to use the term, but that may offset, or even if we did do something, they could come in and undo it, I guess. Your interpretation of that direction.
It's very difficult to say right now because it's almost a schizophrenic type approach, right? When you look at what could be done, you could have, from the perspective of what the Clean Air Act requires, there are a lot of draconian measures that could be imposed. But when you look at it from perhaps economic perspective, imposition of those potential measures that the federal government has available to itself would truly be devastating, could be devastating if they were implemented. And I have no way to know where the administration is going to fall out on this.
Thank you, ma'am. Sure.
Okay. Supervisor Padilla Campos.
Just board member. What supervisor?
I'm sorry. it still says Mitchell, so.
I just want to ask, would we still be able to speak after public comment? I just had a follow-up to what the supervisor said, but wanted to make sure we'd have an opportunity to speak after public comment.
No, this is just for questions.
Okay.
And after we can have a discussion about what next steps.
Thank you. Well, I just wanted to, what I'm confused about this document is that we continue to give up our power as regulators. And in doing that, we're essentially taking the voice away from our community as well. Because if the regulatory powers don't give up that power, then who is the community supposed to go to bring up any issues? So this is what makes me the most concerned about this process. I think we really need to talk about this, and of course not today, but we should really set some standards and some better business practices about accepting these last minute requests, accepting them, considering them, and totally changing processes because of these last minute requests. I think it is a bit disrespectful, honestly, to all the work that happens before this point. So I think we really need to talk about setting some internal standards of how we accept this stuff and make changes, such dramatic changes to all the work that goes into before, goes in while working on these rules. So I'll save the rest, but wanted to really highlight that. Thank you.
Supervisor Pettis, sorry.
I guess what I'm just, those are all great questions from my colleagues, and I appreciate them, and I'm looking forward to hearing from the community as well as from the ports, as well as from labor. But I guess what we're saying here is, on one front, the ports are requesting a proposed cooperative enforceable agreement. And obviously we have to get into what we mean by enforceable and be able to break that stuff down. That's where I think the issues have been in the past. And then what we're asking for potentially is what I heard, a dual approach, is to continue with the rulemaking, although put it on hold, and work on the MOU that's being requested. And maybe I'm wrong there, or I'm hearing something different. However, I just learned that that now maybe the approach should be that we engage the Mobile Source Committee and potentially another committee, maybe it's the stationary committee, I can't remember, in which folks come to the table to identify the issues and the concerns and to work them out and try to get to a common ground before we bring that back to a vote here to the regular body. Am I just trying to understand that there, Wayne? Am I missing something, or is that totally off, or where am I?
Yeah, you're very close.
Okay.
The point about the Mobile Source Committee was that we would report, if the board directs us to work with the ports on the cooperative agreement, we could report back to the Mobile Source Committee on the progress of that discussion. The Mobile Source Committee could then either recommend further discussion to the full board, or the Mobile Source Committee could provide guidance to staff in terms of moving forward. So just as an example, as a completely hypothetical, as you noted, Supervisor, the enforcement provisions are critical. And so if we were to address the enforceable provisions early and we come to agreement and we say to the Mobile Source Committee, we've come to an agreement on what we feel are some of the enforceable provisions, at least to the point where we would bring them to the board for consideration. If we could have the exact opposite effect as well, where we don't foresee any resolution on enforceability, and we could let the Mobile Source Committee know. And the Mobile Source Committee could provide us guidance of continue to work on it or whatever the case may be, or bring that back to the full board. But the options that I were presenting was the board could say, just work on the cooperative agreement language. The board could say, thank you very much for that wonderful offer, but we want staff to continue to move forward on proposed Rule 2304 and to bring it before you as soon as possible. Or the board could say, we want you to work on both. However you can do it, put one aside, work it on parallel. You decide that, and then provide us with updates. But the goal, in order to make sure that we try to get something finalized before the end of the year, is to bring it back to you by the end of the year, which would be December.
Okay, so did I hear you correctly, though, on the approach of the rule and parking that per se, and not necessarily working on that front, because we would be working on the cooperative agreement? And the reason why I bring that up is because I am concerned about time and staff and capacity. Not to say that we don't have the expertise, the skill set, the knowledge, the experience, individuals per se, but just with everything else we got going on, I'm not sure if we can have that dual approach going on at the same time. So are we saying there then that we just park the rule and really concentrate on the MOU per se, which would be the cooperative enforceable agreement, and see where we end up?
As I said, where we are on the rule language is we're actually very far along, Supervisor. So to your point, could we park it? Yes, we could park it.
Okay.
And we could park it for a while. If ultimately the decision is to perhaps bring the rule back in December, if we work backwards, we would have to begin work on that. I'm going to say, looking at Dr. Reese and Ian, 60 days, 30 to 60 days.
Sure, yeah, I'm like, again, to Mr. Nastri's point, we are pretty far along with the rule language. We were on the verge of issuing our 75-day package, so that's pretty much where, most of it is all settled down. So, it wouldn't be, it's not like we would probably engage more on the cooperative agreements if we were working on both, just because we're starting at more of a starting point on that, right?
And has this discussion already taken place, for example, with the ports, specifically?
We have not discussed this
Okay.
agreement with the ports as we're
All right.
seeking board direction.
Got it. I have more questions, but I'm going to hold off, and I'd like to hear from others as well as the public.
All right, before I go to the next board member, just want to clarify that this rule has always lived in Mobile Source. That's where it gets developed. And we did have the option to take it directly to Mobile Source, but I thought that, well, I'm the chair of Mobile Source. So I thought that there was enough, here to discuss that the whole board should discuss it in a public forum. So I completely agree with Board Member Padilla Campos. Like, this is a deviation from the direction we had. The cities of LA and Long Beach have asked us to consider a deviation. And I felt like it was the most respectful thing to do, is to put that question before you all and not try to make that in a vacuum or in the committee. So I want to clarify, this is a question. We don't have to do anything that we choose not to do. This is a request from cities that deviates from our previous direction to staff. So we're discussing it. It'll go back to Mobile Source. Okay, all right. Councilmember Rahman.
So thank you. I just wanted to clarify here, for us to consider this request, would we have to slow down? We've already slowed down the rulemaking process a little bit. How much further would we have to slow down the rulemaking process in order for us to consider this request? Because I'm not quite following the change in the timeline that you're sharing. You're still saying the rule will come back by the end of December, or can still come back by the end of this year?
It can still come back by the end of this year.
Even if we consider this request?
That would leave us with a certain amount of time
to
I had
consider
said
this?
roughly 30 to 60 days.
Okay,
Staff was a little bit more precise. It's more along of,
45 days.
yeah, I was going
Um,
to say 49, but 45, yeah.
And I also just wanted to ask you, this board has said and included in its AQMP that doing rulemaking around the ports is part of our plan for addressing emissions in this region. It was part of what we all voted on and supported, and we've done it now, not just in the AQMP, but over and over again with regards to this particular rule. I guess my question is just, if we pause that process in order to consider the proposal from the cities, which is, according to staff, there's some delta between where that proposal is and where we would want an agreement to be in order to reach the emissions regulations that we had. This is just like a negotiating question. Wouldn't pausing our process give us less leverage to push the cities and the ports to get us where we need to go? Because, I want us to win on, I'm here to regulate emissions. I'm here to reduce emissions and improve our air quality for the region, people who live in this region. That's my goal. And I'm very agnostic about how we get there, as long as we can get there, right? Like, I'm very open to that. But wouldn't pausing our rulemaking process actually put us in a position where we are less able to get to the outcomes that we want to? That's just how it reads to me.
From my perspective, a pause doesn't necessarily mean that. A pause means that we're ready to go, but we're willing to have a discussion. But we also are giving a very short time period to come to agreement on some key provisions. And if we can't come to an agreement on that, we still have the rule to back up what we're trying to accomplish. And we would still bring that back to the board for consideration.
So I guess my question is just, what is the difference between the two of the three options that you presented, which is pause the rulemaking and take this negotiation or do both at the same time? It doesn't seem from your answer that there's a significant difference between those two options, given how far along we are in the rulemaking process.
I think it's 45 days, council member, in terms of where we are in the rulemaking process. And I say that based on the 75-day package that's ready to go. We still need to do some public community meetings associated with that 75-day process. So to me, if the board, and it's, again, we're seeking direction from the board. So the board could say, no, we just want you to work on the cooperative agreement. But if the board said, hey, we're willing to give you 45 days to try to come to something to get to your point, which is, as long as we're getting the things that we would hope to, then I think we've accomplished it. It just might have taken a little bit more time.
I guess I would thank you. I'm going to save my questions and discussion points for later, but just would ask the board chair or staff to just clarify. I'm not sure I understand what we're voting on then, in terms of having three options ahead of us. That's what was presented by Dr. Reese. And I would just ask before we vote that we really understand what those three options are, because it doesn't feel like there's a lot of difference between the last two options.
I agree. The last two options are a very fine difference. The first option being the ports requested that we stop rulemaking efforts during this process. So one process would be we just stop. And what I'm telling you is we can pick it up again, but we have a limited time.
In my eyes, that's really the only difference, is that the ports are asking that we stop that rulemaking. But it's up to us to decide how we want to handle this issue. It's a request. Vice Mayor Olmos?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for my educational knowledge, what would happen if the rule passed, but it doesn't get passed by the state and the federal don't adopt it? What happens?
Yeah, so we don't have to submit this to the state or to the feds for approval. So we have a number of rules that we don't necessarily submit to the federal government. And so that rule can still be in effect. And we do have rules like that that are affected in our region that they're not dependent on federal approval.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem McCallum?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the big differences, I believe, between our past MOU efforts and this cooperative agreement effort is that we have a commitment from the cities, not just the ports. The other, my understanding, the other MOU effort was directly with the ports. And now we have a commitment by the city of Los Angeles and the city of Long Beach, along with the ports, on this cooperative agreement. And I think that's significant, and I think we ought to take it seriously. And I think we should spend our time negotiating with both the cities and the ports on this particular item, and not bifurcate our efforts at this point, potentially spending time on a rule while we're trying to negotiate this cooperative agreement. I think we ought to spend our effort only on the cooperative agreement for a period of time to see if we can come to an agreement. And I realize that the enforceability is one of the big issues, which I have communicated to the ports myself, that would be one of the biggest issues we need to resolve. So I'm potentially right now in favor of moving forward with holding off on the rule, let the staff work entirely on negotiating this cooperative agreement, see how far we can get. Because I think, it's, like I said before, it's significant that the cities themselves have made a commitment, and we need to work with it. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez?
Thank you, Chair Delgado. I want to first thank you for your commitment to a transparent process. I appreciate you bringing this forward for our discussion and deliberation. As Mayor McCallum indicated, from my view, it's unprecedented that we have the cities, the mayors on the record. That wasn't the case in the past. We had not even a consensus among the ports. So here we have a proposal that is a consensus of discussion, consideration by the ports. The mayors, as we all know, submitted a letter on the record. And there's also a clear interest in moving forward quickly and a urgency to meet these goals quickly in a discussion. So night and day from the standpoint of where we once were and where we are today with respect to a proposal. I'll be interested in hearing all the comments today, but to also Supervisor Perez, his comments with respect to the implications on staff and so much energy and time by our staff to have to do so many other things, to have to do both as discussed on the option 3 seems to be questionable rather than leaning in with all energy, all time, and all effort to have good faith discussions about an enforceable agreement. And then understanding as staff has indicated, we're not relinquishing leverage, as well as there is a very a lot of progress has been made on the ISR. It would be about 45 days to get back on that track if we come off of a pause. So I'll be interested in the public comments here, but just appreciate that there has been a lot of work coming into this across the board, including a new proposal for us to consider. And we owe it to ourselves to consider any and all information, particularly when it's brought forth by the ports, which we've been asking for. We've asked for their engagement. We've asked for their input. And so here we all have an opportunity to discuss that. So thank you again, Chair, for bringing this forward today.
Just wanted to highlight that the community has been in consensus for the ISR for quite a few time.
All right.
Quite some time.
So we're going to take public comment. We have quite a number of speakers who signed up to speak here. So I'll start. There are 57 speakers here. So we're going to be doing 1 minute for comments. I did say that the ports could speak first. Are there port representatives who are going to start?
There are port representatives, and they'll get themselves organized.
So our request was for the cities, because we do have representatives from our mayor's offices here and the port representatives.
Okay.
Okay.
Honorable Board, Lucius Martin, Deputy Mayor to Mayor Rex Richardson of Long Beach. We are sharing this joint letter on behalf of Long Beach Mayor Rex Richardson, Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. Mayor Richardson, who while serving on this very board, championed the warehouse indirect source rule, has been advocating for a cooperative agreement between our cities and ports for over 5 years. He did not want to miss this opportunity to advance a collaborative approach that will help achieve the critical air quality and public health goals we are all seeking. The mayors of Long Beach and Los Angeles respectfully request that you set aside the proposed Rule 2304 in order to negotiate a cooperative enforceable agreement. Our cities and ports have a longstanding commitment to environmental stewardship, consistently demonstrating leadership in reducing emissions and achieving cleaner air for our communities. This commitment is deeply rooted in collaboration.
I'm sorry, I did say the cities could get 3 minutes total.
With all stakeholders, including AQMD. We have actively supported the development of a zero emissions infrastructure plan and have worked alongside you and staff to secure significant state and federal funding to accelerate the deployment of zero emission technologies. While we share dedication to reducing harmful port emissions, upon careful review of the proposed rule, we firmly believe that a cooperative enforceable agreement, which contains the Clean Air Action Plan Plus measures, presents a more effective, faster, and broadly supported path to achieving our shared clean air goals with commitments focused on largest source categories. The proposed cooperative enforceable agreement, including the CAP Plus measures, offers tangible actions and aggressive timelines, and builds upon the proven success of the original CAP. This collaborative approach minimizes administrative burdens and avoids unnecessary risk that could significantly delay crucial infrastructure projects. We are eager to act with urgency and are committed to robust accountability and transparency under this cooperative framework. We urge the board to consider or to recognize the superior outcomes and collaborative strength of the CAP Plus measures, which will deliver results without risking jobs and cargo and ensure a healthier and more sustainable future for our communities. Thank you.
Good morning, AQMD Board Chair Eric Martello, the Office of Mayor Karen Bass, and I'm wanting my colleague at the City of Long Beach to read the letters into the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Our first speaker, according to the order, is Mario Cordero.
Good morning, Madam Chair and governing board members. I'm here to urge you to direct your staff to set the proposed rule aside and work with the cities and ports on our proposal for a cooperative agreement as a superior way to create actual emission reduction as opposed to continued regulatory measures. With global tariffs creating unprecedented uncertainty for our industry, it is not a time to risk our economic advantage, which supports millions of jobs across the nation and hundreds of billions
of annual economic activity on a speculative approach that both industry and organized labor opposes. We are committed to meet with your staff immediately and negotiate in good faith. We have proven ourselves to be good partners. We have a resume of success.
Thank you. Heather Tomley.
Good morning. I'm Heather Tomley with Port of Long Beach. We're asking you to provide direction today to pause the proposed rule and work quickly with the ports to finalize a cooperative agreement. The agreement, which was offered as an alternative to the rule, will advance zero emission infrastructure, plus it includes strategies that will result in emission reductions and support the workforce. We're committed to meeting with your staff to finalize this approach as soon as October. The agreement will achieve greater emission reductions faster by including program commitments and hundreds of millions in clean air investments. PR 2304 will not result in quantifiable emission reductions. Further, the collaborative approach is a proven model structured after other successful MOUs and is supported by the mayors, ports, industry, and labor. It includes accountability and regular public reporting on progress, and we're committed to working with your staff to identify appropriate enforcement mechanisms to ensure we deliver as expected. PR 2304 must be set aside as we work with urgency to finalize an agreement.
Eric Martel? Or Adrian?
Eric and Nina don't need to speak.
Okay.
That time was all part of the mayor's presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Delgado and honorable members of the governing board. I'm Adrian Granda with the Port of Long Beach. My comments today are focused on the issue of enforcement, which is critically important. The cities and ports are committed to negotiating meaningful enforcement provisions in our cooperative agreement. Should the board direct staff to pause the release of the rule and discuss our alternative, we are confident this issue can be negotiated quickly and brought back for your consideration. The proposed rule does not currently have language on enforcement, and we've only heard at workshops that staff intends to pursue authorities under the Clean Air Act to issue fines, with no guarantees that these funds would actually go toward reducing emissions at the ports. We have intended for our agreement to start discussions, and we are committed to discussing this issue as part of the public process. Thank you, and our representatives are available for questions.
Thank you. Eleanor Torres, followed by David Lebetique.
Good morning. My comments today are focused on dispelling the notion that releasing the rule package while AQMD staff discusses the agreement with the ports is a compromise position. It is not. Good faith negotiations cannot take place while there is a rule hanging over our heads. We know this approach is doomed for failure from direct experience, as South Coast tried to negotiate a previous agreement with the ports while a rule was being advanced, and the process fell apart. The context is different this time, as we have both ports united with a meaningful agreement supported by both mayors of two of the largest cities in the nation. And we are asking here what we need for you to deliver on our shared goal, and that's the reduction of port emissions to zero. Power is the ability to get things done. A pause in the rule gives you the power to get more things done. What we put on the table is more than what is currently been proposed in an ISR. More and quicker.
Thank you. David is next, followed by Sarah Baumann.
Good morning. David Lebetique, Deputy Executive Director, Port of Los Angeles. We respectfully urge you to set aside the proposed rule and direct staff to negotiate an enforceable collaborative agreement. We're proposing a new, more effective collaboration with the district to achieve emissions reductions. The measures that are in our proposed collaborative agreement are comprehensive, and they were evolved out of the working group discussions we had with your staff dating back to last summer. We want to work to make this an enforceable agreement. That's why we're prepared to work with your staff to identify and include more robust tools of enforcement. We understand the need for assurances that the ports will deliver and consequences if we don't for fault of our own. We must act with urgency and conduct speedy negotiations. That's why we modeled this after an MOU you've already adopted. But in order for these negotiations to be successful, you hold the key. We ask that you set aside the rule and allow these negotiations to be successful. Thank you.
Sarah is our next speaker, and then is Nina also part of? Yeah, okay. Arthur Mandel will be the next one.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Delgado and honorable members of the governing board. My name is Sarah Bauman with the Port of Long Beach. My comments today are focused on ensuring you hear from us clearly that we are committed to getting an agreement completed and before you in October. I want to stress that this is not a delay tactic. We make the request to direct staff to pause the rule so we can start the process to finalize the agreement with a sense of purpose and urgency. We're committed to getting this done quickly. As mentioned, the two cities and ports submitted a draft cooperative agreement to the South Coast AQMD on July 18th, in advance of scheduled public workshops so that we could begin the discussion. We believe this item is before you today so that the staff can be given the direction to pause the rule and engage with us on negotiating final critical points. We're also committed to developing measures for enforcement. We're willing to meet as soon as possible and would suggest the board include a provision to report back on progress at your next meeting on September 5th to hold us and staff accountable on progress.
Thank you. Arthur is going to be followed by Ernesto Medrano.
Good morning, Arthur Mandel, Director of Government Affairs, Port of Los Angeles. We all share the same goal here, cleaner air for our communities while ensuring the jobs and economic activity that the ports provide are maintained in the face of unprecedented global trade uncertainty. The proposed agreement is just an initial proposal. There's plenty that we need to discuss with this board and staff if this board directs staff to engage in these conversations and engage in them quickly. There were a few of those issues highlighted today, including the public process, enforcement, transparency, accountability, and future rule development of the board. And we hear all of that, and we're committed to working in good faith to resolve all of those issues. We do not view this board and agency as an observer, but as a key partner in achieving our shared goals. Our view is that the collaborative approach is the best path forward, just like this board has taken with our regional airports, and just like our counterparts down in San Diego have taken with their district and their port. Critically, this proposal is the only path forward that includes quantifiable emission reduction measures. This vote today is not about endorsing everything. It's about giving it a fair shot.
Welcome, Ernesto. It's nice to see you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, my name is Ernesto Medrano, and I'm the Executive Secretary for the Los Angeles and Orange County Building and Construction Trades Council, representing 160,000 hardworking members in 14 trades and 48 affiliate locals and district councils. We urge you to pause the rulemaking and direct the AQMD staff to negotiate with the cities and the ports on a cooperative agreement that could be delivered to the harbor commissions of the AQMD board. The port supports millions of careers and jobs, many of which are members in the construction sector who earn high wages, as well as providing career opportunities for local community residents and veterans through our apprenticeship training centers. The ports have put forward a serious offer with major advantages over the proposed rule that deserves to be given thoughtful consideration. So please grant the process to work and allow the ports to negotiate in good faith without the threat of rule undermining these discussions. The proposed cooperative agreement could achieve greater emissions reductions in a prompt manner, allowing AQMD to meet its Cleaner Act obligations without risking millions.
Thank you. Alan McCorkle. And then Dave Ware.
Good morning. My name is Alan McCorkle. I'm the president and CEO of Houston Terminals in the Port of Los Angeles. We're a marine terminal operating company. Last year, we brought in 8 zero-emission electric top handlers and put those into our operation. We have another 6 coming into at the end of this year, first part of next year, for a total of 14. We will convert our entire top handler machine inventory to zero emissions within the next 3 years. We're buying them as soon as they can come off the assembly line, and we'll have it done as quick as we can. This wouldn't have been possible without the support of the ports of Los Angeles, the city of Los Angeles, the ports of Long Beach, the city of Long Beach. We have been partnering with them for many years at the federal, state, and local levels to support what we have done to go zero emissions. Other marine terminals, while I cannot speak for them, have very similar activities going on in their operations to do this thing, to go to zero emissions. And my request is that you support the joint proposal by the ports so we.
Thank you. Dave Ware will be followed by David Hansen.
Good day, Chairman Delgado, members of the board. My name is Dave Ware, Vice President of Ocean Network Express, also known as O&E or ONE. We are among the largest ocean carriers calling the Port of Los Angeles and Long Beach, and we're also a shareholder in two marine terminals in the Port of Los Angeles. We strongly support the port's cooperative agreement and urge the board to pursue a collaborative path forward. One is invested heavily in AMP-capable vessels, alternative fuel ships, and clean equipment at the terminals. These efforts reflect years of planning and cooperation and collaboration with port regulators and our commitment and dedication to clean air and improvement for the port community. The cooperative agreement represents the next phase of Clean Air Action Plan with clear, fundamental, and measurable actions, and we urge the board to pause the rulemaking on PR 2304 and direct staff to negotiate with Los Angeles, Long Beach, and port authorities to build on the cooperative agreement's strong foundation. This approach
Thank you. And staff has reminded me to ask people to please come up as you see your name in the order. We have 44 speakers left here in person, so go ahead, please.
Thank you. My name is David Hansen. I'm with UA Local 398, Plumbers and Steam Fitters, and representing the Southern California pipe trades. We urge you to pursue the cooperative agreement. What we're asking for is a pause in 2304 to finalize the approach. And if there's no path forward, then the board may explore other approaches. These are real jobs out there. These are real communities, and they need your help. And as we can see with the economy shifting and changing, we ask you to take a measured approach and really think about what we're doing. So thank you.
Thank you. DeForest, Barnett, and then Brian Johnson.
Good morning. My name is DeForest Barnett with the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice. I would like to respectfully ask the board to move forward with the Ports ISR. And just remember that the ISR is, in fact, a cooperative agreement. It's the result of years of input from community and businesses. It very much is a result of all this input. So I would just like us to remember that we have some of the worst air quality in the country, and we have to get to a point where we stop compromising with the biggest polluters. I was here when rules 1121, 1122 weren't passed, and it really seems like this board is moving away from managing air quality, which if we're doing that, then why are we even here? Thank you.
Brian is next, followed by Lindsay Escamilla. If you could come up, and Rico Rivera will be after.
Good morning. I'm Brian Jose. I'm here on behalf of the Los Angeles County Business Federation and our 248 diverse business groups representing 420,000 employers with 5 million employees. This issue truly is important to the economy of Southern California. And we're hearing that because rules 1111 and 1121 weren't passed, that now Rule 2304 is being considered somewhat of a makeup. And to have that said about the nation's largest port complex is a little disconcerting. Further, we would hope that the governing board would not consider rejecting a cooperative agreement with tangible emissions reductions for a rule with no emissions reductions. So thank you to the staff and to the board for your hard work on this, and we look forward to being a part of this discussion. Thank you.
Lindsay is our next speaker, followed by Rico Rivera. If you could come up, and Marvin Norman.
Good morning. My name is Lindsay Escamilla. I'm with the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice, and I'm a local resident. I'm speaking today because my community, like so many in Southern California, continues to suffer from toxic air. We've waited many years for this agency to act on any Ports ISR, and now when we're finally within reach of finalizing something, we're being asked to accept yet another voluntary agreement, one with no enforcement, no accountability, and no guarantee of real change. People in my community are not abstractions. They're children with asthma, they're elders struggling to breathe, and families bearing the daily burden of port pollution. We urge you to pass a strong rule that will lead to real cuts in port pollution, set real emission targets, create actual accountability for polluters, And most importantly, protect the people that you're mandated to serve. Please choose regulations over delay. Choose public health. Thank you.
Thank you. Marvin Norman, if you could come up following Rico and Christopher Allen.
Hi, my name is Rico Rivera. I represent Local 709 UA Sprinkler Fitters. I also represent the LAOC Building Trades. The ask is simple, just to pause the rulemaking and direct AQMD staff to negotiate with the cities and ports on a commutative agreement that could be delivered to the harbor commissions and the AQMD boards by October. Thank you.
Morning again, Marvin Norman is CCAJ, and I'm here to encourage you guys to move forward with the rule. We've spent many years, as we've seen the timeline, going back and forth with rules and MOUs and rules and MOUs, and been to countless meetings with the community and with everyone to get to this rule. And as we've gone through that process, you know, the rule that's come out each side is getting weaker and weaker. So, I mean, already we're hearing here from the ports representatives that our rule is not very that the cooperative agreement will actually deliver more emissions reductions than the rule, which, you know, is good. Then so why are they even scared of the rule? Let's move forward with both then, you know, move forward with the rule, because the rule is basically administrative at this point. Show us how you're going to get power, is basically how the rule is now designed. So if that's what if their rule is already going to, if their cooperative agreement will already deliver more reduction, just show us how we get the power. It shouldn't be a big ask. And do both.
Thank you. Christopher Allen is next, followed by Allison Ham.
Good morning, Chair Delgado and members of AQMD Governing Board. My name is Christopher Allen. I'm the Director of Environmental at APM Terminals. I'm talking to you today about this item 24. APM Terminals plays a critical role in the Port of Los Angeles ecosystem, serving as a major cargo hub and contributing to regional economic growth. While handling a large share of the port's cargo, we've also achieved meaningful emissions reductions. We are proud to have contributed to the port's clean air progress. Pollution is now at its lowest level in 20 years. Our terminal is firmly committed to reaching zero emissions by 2030 and is currently ahead of schedule. Today, 14% of visiting trucks are zero emission. We operate a fleet of electric and hybrid equipment. Shore power is used by 95% of vessels calling our terminal without interruption, and we maintain full compliance with genset reefer plug-in requirements. Recently, we welcomed the Aletta Maersk, a green methanol.
Allison, and then followed by Monica Garcia, if you could come up, and somebody who just has a first name, Jorge.
Hi, my name is Allison Hom. I'm an attorney with NRDC. I just wanted to let you all know you'll see people with numbers today representing the number of people who die every day in your region from air pollution. Let me be direct. People are dying throughout the South Coast because they're breathing dirty air. South Coast residents don't need promises. We need clean air through enforceable rules. Voluntary cooperative agreements are not regulations. They are backroom handshakes that can be broken, reinterpreted, or ignored. When over 17 million lives are on the line, that's not good enough. This is a regional air pollution controlled agency created to improve air quality. Rulemaking is your responsibility. It's accountable. It allows the public to participate, creating legal obligations, not voluntary agreements. Industry and the ports may tell you MOUs are flexible, but flexible for who? Not for AQMD, who's being asked to give up SIP credible emission reductions. Not for the children fighting asthma attacks, and not for the parents who can't.
Thank you, Allison.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Governing Board. My name is Monica Garcia. I'm the CEO of the Wilmington Chamber of Commerce. I'm here to speak in support of the proposal presented by the Ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. I'm here on behalf of the Wilmington Chamber of Commerce and our region, and the number of people involved in compelling statistics relevant to this issue. The chamber is deeply involved with the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach, and there's no question about our port's significant economic impact on Southern California, the state, and the nation. The community of Wilmington was the second oldest city in the entire county of Los Angeles before we consolidated to Los Angeles in 1908. The Chamber of Commerce celebrated its 120th birthday last year. That being said, we are generations of a very unique ecosystem paired of workforce and quality of life concerns.
Thank you. Thank you, Monica. The time is up. Thank you. Jorge, followed by Ray Lawson.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Jorge Quintero, and I represent the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. We cover 12 states and over 89,000 hardworking union members. Many of our members build and maintain the critical infrastructure here in Southern California, including the clean energy and zero emission projects in the Port of Long Beach and the Port of LA. I'm here today to speak in support of a cooperative agreement and urge the board to step back on Rule 2304. We're not here to slow down progress. We're already building it. Our members are trained, certified, and working on existing project labor agreements to deliver the port electrification, the clean truck yards, and infrastructure needed for zero emission future. The cooperative agreement gives us a clear path to keep the momentum going, jobs, timelines, and accountability built in. We're simply asking the board to give a cooperative agreement process the time it needs. Please direct the staff to work with the ports and the cities. We urge you to support a cooperative.
Thank you, Ray Lawson, and then Eddie Ravelo.
Good morning, staff. Also Ray Lawson, a Western States Carpenter, Regional Carpenter Representative. Pause. Yes, we do support the pause in the rulemaking with the AQMD and with the staff to negotiate a better agreement, because it's millions of jobs. It's millions of dollars that's at stake, and also thousands and thousands of jobs that our brothers and sisters down at the port be affected by this ruling. So we think this is too risky to not to start to negotiate on the rulemaking. And also the ports have put forth a serious effort to offer a serious advantage over the proposed rule, and they deserve to be explored and use the full energies of both parties involved to come to an agreement on this. We want to.
Thank you.
Good morning, board. My name is Eddie Ravello. I'm a proud member of La Una Labor's 1309 out of Long Beach. I'm here, and we already know the importance of the ports, right? We have millions of projects and jobs that come out of the ports, all the money, the revenue that goes into our economy. And it's very important that if we're going to rules and agreements, we at least have both the labor and our industry partners on the same side. The proposed agreement that has been brought forward is a very good proposal, and I expect that both parties can sit down and negotiate accordingly. We urge you to pause the rulemaking and direct the staff to negotiate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sonia?
Hi, my name is Sonia, and I'm a third-year law student at Loyola Law School and a summer legal intern with NRDC. I'm honored to be here today to stand alongside Nearport community members, attorneys, experts, and community leaders to urge you to reject this attempt to divert and distract. On behalf of NRDC, I would like to urge you to stay the course and finalize the ISR and reaffirm your commitment to a strong, enforceable, indirect source rule for commercial marine ports. The ISR has been in development for over a decade and formed by communities as a first step towards urgently needed emissions reductions at the ports, which remain the largest fixed source of smog-forming NOx emissions in the region. Port pollution causes asthma, heart disease, and elevated cancer rates in low-income port adjacent communities of color who are bearing the brunt of the region's worst air pollution. These harms force near-port communities to pay the price in emergency room visits, lost work days, and missed school. Every delay shifts the burden of this pollution onto these families, already overburdened by environmental and economic injuries.
Thank you so much. Matt?
Hi, thank you. My name is Matt Sintel, and I represent Ports America. It's a stevedoring company that employs thousands of longshore men and women annually here at the Port of Los Angeles. I'm here to voice my strong support for the Ports Cooperative Agreement and urge the board to pursue a more collaborative approach. You know, we spent many years with the ports investing and collaborating with our stakeholders for clean energy upgrades and equipment for terminal infrastructure. These efforts towards zero emission take time and coordination, and we don't want to derail anything with all of the improvements that we've made and the time commitments we've made through any type of regulatory potential issues. Sudden regulatory shifts in the proposal could bring significant uncertainty to the planning process and risk disrupting the timelines that we've already put underway. Our commitment to emissions is clear. We've invested heavily in terminal power, clean equipment, alternative fuels, but we need a very stable policy environment that aligns with how the port.
Next speaker is Brandon Griswold.
Thank you, Board, for the opportunity to come here and speak today. I'm with the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 12. I represent thousands of heavy equipment operators, surveyors, and building instructors who live and work in the port area. And again, to echo the voice of labor here today, I would urge you to pause the rulemaking and engage in the cooperative effort with the cities and the stakeholders here. And a small note, you know, people's lives and livelihoods hang in the balance of your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Alfonso Ruiz, followed by Maria Hoy. Welcome, Alfonso.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. I represent Heat and Frost Insulators, local number 5. We represent insulators all across Southern California. And after speaking about this issue, I prepared a couple of words. Our members play a vital role in reducing carbon emissions, installing and maintaining mechanical insulation systems that make buildings and industrial facilities more energy efficient. And I'm here today to share their voice. Their message is simple. We don't want rules that could potentially put jobs at risk. We urge you to pause the rulemaking and negotiate a cooperative agreement with the cities and ports. The work they do on job sites, in the yards, and at the terminals pays bills, provides healthcare, and offers family a path to stability in an increasingly expensive region. And let me be clear, our members support clean air. They take pride in building a more sustainable future. That's how they make their living. But this isn't an either-or scenario. We can reduce emissions and protect working people if we work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfonso. Next speaker, Maria Hoy, followed by Matt Dixon and Richard Lambros. Welcome.
Good morning, honorable board members. Maria Hoy of Latham and Watkins on behalf of Pacific Maritime Association, which represents shipping lines and terminal operators at the West Coast ports. PMA requests that you direct staff to work with the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach on a cooperative agreement rather than proposed Rule 2304. PMA and its members share your commitments to achieving zero emission at the ports and agree that focusing on infrastructure is a necessary first step. In working toward these goals, an agreement is better suited to address the complexities of port operations and align the various parties involved in the operations. An agreement also would provide greater flexibility in the face of shifting regulatory and funding landscape, and it may also allow for more ambitious commitments. For these reasons, PMA urges the district to pursue an agreement rather than a rule at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Matt?
Hello there, Matt Dickinson, Phoenix Marine Services. I'm here to encourage you to pursue a cooperative agreement with the Port of LA while pausing, or the Port of LA and Long Beach, while pausing rulemaking to negotiate that in good faith. You still have the rule in your back pocket. I mean, it sounds like it's 45 days out from, going live if needed. I don't think that'll be necessary. I feel like we are going to make the kind of progress that we've already demonstrated from the original Clean Air Action Plan Phoenix is committed to being 100% zero emissions. We are owned by a shipping line that's headquartered in Marseille. And let's just say shortly after the change in administration, I was contacted directly and advised that there would be no change in our commitment to being zero emissions as an entire enterprise worldwide. That goal is 2045. However, for the terminal, we are aiming still for 2030. And
Thank you very much, Matt. Next is Richard Lambros, followed by Andrea Viruri, followed by Jennifer Cardenas.
Good morning. I'm Rich Lambros, Managing Director of the Southern California Leadership Council. We're an organization focused squarely on issues that are critical to regional economic development, job growth, and quality of life. Earlier this year, our organization completed a study that detailed the benefits the region receives from our ports and the trade and logistics sector they support. Region-wide, the study found that this sector contributes nearly $500 billion in annual economic output, generates $157 billion in annual labor income, directly employs more than 900,000 workers region-wide, and generates more than $93 billion in annual federal, state, and local tax revenues. These numbers are incredibly important to our regional economy, but the proposed port ISR could put these benefits at risk. Fortunately, you have a better alternative. You can pause any further rulemaking on the proposed ISR and instead direct staff to negotiate a cooperative agreement with your ports. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrea, good to see you here today.
I'm here very disappointed. So not that happy. My name is Andrea. I just want to share how disappointment is an understatement today. And I cannot believe we're talking about this right now. How is it that you guys can keep rewarding this behavior and giving it time? There has been so many opportunities for a deal and it was never reached. It was just a delay. But now that we're so close to finally getting the ISR wrapped up, which is a huge compromise already because it's just infrastructure and jobs are being accounted for every step of the way where this is happening. So the way that you can ensure that this isn't a delay is don't stop the ISR process. If collaboration is what we're all about, if everybody here is about the air and the communities, then stopping the ISR process shouldn't be even on the table. We should be working for that. Everyone should be okay with that. This and SB 34 is clearly part of an active effort to take away power and local control from this board and take community out of the equation. Residents living nearby not working at the ports should also be at the table. Do not take community out of the table with this MOU and keep the port.
Thank you. Jennifer Cardenas.
So hi, everyone. My name is Jennifer Cardenas. I am a campaign organizer with the Sierra Club. Today, 3 people die by the ports. In the region that you represent, 11 people die a day. In a week, that's 77 people that die a day. In this room, you have about 280 seats. It's going to take 26 days to fill the seats with names of people that die in your region. So when you say 45 days, that's almost 50 days, right? So that's maybe almost 2 times, a little bit less than 2 of this room filled with people that die in your region that you represent. We're tired, and the people that you see today holding up signs, those are people that just died today. That's the number it represents. Your job is air quality management to ensure that it is healthy for the communities. I hope that every time you look at these seats, you remember every time 25 days passes, 26 days. It's that.
Thank you, Jennifer. Christian Tapia.
Good morning, AQMD board and staff. My name is Cristian Tapia Delgado with Pacific Environment and a port community resident. I'm here with the same ask from a year ago, asking you to move forward with the port's ISR without further delay. I, along with other community members, were ready to participate in working group meetings before being given notice that they were all canceled. And we've acknowledged this phased rulemaking approach is not ideally where we want to be at. We want to roll with emission reductions, but we're ready to provide input on where this rule provides us with some opportunities to clean up some of the nation's most polluted air through coordinated zero-emission infrastructure build-out, which will create jobs. A rule, no matter what iteration, has been opposed by fossil fuel interests. We've gone through an MOU process already, and after 5 years had no agreement, no rule, no protections for workers, no emission reductions. And now at the 11th hour, we run the risk of falling back into this cycle. So again, the board, you could choose to pivot to this voluntary approach, but we need leadership. Accepting this voluntary approach is not a win. It's giving away your power. So please let's stop moving forward with the rule.
Thank you. Diego, Mayan?
Hello, everyone. My name is Diego Mayan. I'm a community organizer with Healthy Active Streets, and I'm here to urge the board to vote for an ISR process without any more delay. This decade-long process has been incredibly frustrating, so the rule's already been watered down, and now we might not even get a rule. Poor communities have been suffering from high rates of asthma and bad air quality. The smog where I live in Long Beach is getting so bad that I can't see the mountains or even LA. And the most frustrating part about all of this is that we know that ISRs work for emission reductions. We've seen them already work with the warehouse ISR. And some of you are asking the correct questions, like Supervisor Holly Mitchell, but unfortunately, the rest of you are submitting to the industry and a lot of these talking points that don't really make any sense. So I'm asking, some of you are asking the correct questions, but the point is for this body to be a regulatory body and not a funding body for the industry. Your mission is to uphold the concerns of the communities that you represent, and if you can't do that, then none of you should be on this board, and you should allow someone who actually cares about the community to
Thank you. Whitney Amaya?
Yeah, good morning. My name is Whitney Amaya. I'm a community member with Eastern Communities for Environmental Justice and a resident of West Long Beach. Earlier this year, in regards to addressing the pollution from the ports in the form of an MOU, Wayne said, "Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, we're not going to go through that again." And yet here we are again for a third time, considering a cooperative agreement, which let's call it what it is, an MOU, during the month that you were all supposed to vote on the ports ISR, 2 months away from when the vote was rescheduled to, and frankly, after years and decades of delay. This is fucking bullshit. Community has consistently been here, participating at every board meeting, every mobile source committee meeting, and at every working group to give input on the ISR and to make sure that the ports are held accountable for the blood on their hands. For us to be cut out of conversations at the very last minute again, and for this agency to potentially ignore the history of delay tactics is fucked up and insane. Stay the course with an enforceable ISR that—
Madam Chair, could we, do we have to listen to such profanity?
First Amendment, yeah.
All right, Sarah Wiltfong?
You. Good morning, Chair Delgado and board members. My name is Sarah Wiltfong, and I'm here on behalf of the Supply Chain Federation, a broad coalition of stakeholders representing all links of the supply chain, including ports, transportation, warehousing, and labor. We are also here today to ask you to pause the rulemaking and direct staff to move forward with the proposals submitted by the ports and cities of Long Beach and Los Angeles. Their proposal is the only pathway that delivers real, measurable emission reductions and helps meet Clean Air Act obligations. It builds on the successful Clean Air Action Plan, which has already reduced NOx by 72%. Emission reductions is ultimately the goal, and we hope the board will move forward with the ports offer and start working towards a cooperative agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Kimberly Amaya?
Good morning. I'm Kimberly Amaya and a community member with Eastern Communities for Environmental Justice. I live in West Long Beach, an area burdened with the port pollution with a life expectancy 8 years shorter than average. There's been discussions of adopting a port's ISR for nearly 20 years now. 20 years of neglecting the mission to clean the air and protect the health of all residents and submitting to the whims of polluting industries. I urge the board to finalize the proposed Rule 2304 and commit to a comprehensive ISR for the ports. Don't abandon the communities that have been working on this for years. How can there be good faith when communities keep being cast aside? Our health matters, our lives matter. Stop the endless renegotiations at the cost of our lives. Commit to a port ISR now. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Fernando Duarte.
Hello, my name is Fernando, PhD from UC Riverside. And I'm here to state that more than ever, we need a ports rule, an ISR. Shifting to any so-called cooperative agreement that is entirely voluntarily is betraying all of us. It's betraying Macarmen, it's betraying Andrea, it's betraying Christian, Elba, Alberto, Luis, Whitney, Fernando. You are all betraying the community if you go for this cooperative agreement. You are letting more and more people get asthma, nose hemorrhagia, lung disease, cardiovascular disease, cancer, and ultimately die. I want to think you want to do the right thing, so do it. Work in a rule. Do what is best for people's lives and health. Thank you.
Thank you. Tommy?
Morning, Board Chair and fellow Board of Directors. My name is Tommy Falvai. I represent International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local Union 11 in the Los Angeles area. And we're here to support on pausing the rulemaking and have, both cities and both ports come together with the staff and the AQMD to negotiate. And that's what it's all about. I've been in the ports and the communities for over 25 years, and I've seen all of the good projects that the ports and the cities have done when it comes to environmental standards. And this is just one hurdle, to get to, but negotiations is tough. Just got to roll up your sleeves and get it done. And I think both parties can do that. And then I'll close with this. Coming in with the Ford 150 Lightning and not getting a chance to charge, I think that we should make a.
Thank you. Paul?
Hello, my name is Paul Murrow, representing the California Association of Port Authorities. On behalf of CAPA, we urge you to pause the rulemaking and direct staff to negotiate with the cities and ports on a cooperative agreement that could be delivered to the harbor commissions and AQMD boards by October. California ports handle 38% of all U.S. containerized imports and 28% of exports. Across our state, our seaports have consistently advanced collaborative, environmentally friendly port operations and innovative emissions reduction strategies that go above and beyond regulatory requirements. We encourage the board to give the proposed cooperative agreement an opportunity to succeed. Thank you for your leadership and consideration of this proposal.
Thank you. Maria Reyes, and I think we're going to have translation. So if we could put 2 minutes on the clock.
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre es María Reyes.
Hi, good morning. My name is Maria Reyes.
Tengo una profunda tristeza. Dijeron que no podemos escuchar insolencias, pero sí podemos vivir bajo la discriminación
I am deeply
ambiental.
saddened because they were saying that we cannot use profanity, but we are living in an environment in which it is very contaminated.
No crean, los puertos no quieren medidas ni quieren contratos, no se dejen convencer.
The ports don't want measures, they don't want contracts. Please don't be convinced.
Impónganse y hagan algo porque es realmente necesario, porque las vidas no se ponen en una
Be
balanza.
strong because in reality, it's very important. Life, we do not put it on a scale.
Tantos tristes testimonios y todas las muertes por ataques de asma, por cáncer, eso no tiene precio. Nosotros estamos pagando precios muy caros.
It's very sad and all the deaths and all the attacks due to asthma and due to the certain pandemics. This is all very sad.
Es muy difícil verse a cara con la muerte y las personas que yo he mirado vivir, les prometo que voy a seguir luchando por ellos porque no es justo. Y sé que es importante los trabajos y el desarrollo económico.
It is very difficult to see all these people face to face.
Pero
And I continue telling them that I will continue to fight for them and I will continue to do justice for them. I understand the issue about the jobs.
Pero las vidas y las muertes no se pone en negociación. Esto no es cuestión de negociar, es cuestión de hacer justicia.
Life and death, this is something that we do not negotiate. This is something of justice.
Y espero que tomen una decisión buena porque las vidas importan.
And I hope you make a good decision because life is very important.
Muchas gracias, María
Thank you very
Reyes.
much.
Fernando Gaitán.
Good morning, Fernando Gaitan with Earth Justice. I'm here to urge this board to act with a sense of urgency that the public health crisis demands. And by staying the course on port regulation, don't park the public rulemaking process in favor of closed-door deal-making. This agency has a legal mandate to improve air quality, a mission to protect public health, and a stated commitment to public process, a transparent process. With little notice, you're now being asked to walk away from your authority to regulate port pollution for the next decade with no real commitment to emission reductions, no targets at all. This is unacceptable. We urge you to take the action needed today and stay the course and complete this rule. If the ports are confident that their measures will deliver significant reductions, then those measures can be used to set clear targets in an ISR. We urge you to stay the course, stand with community, stand with the process, and complete this ISR. Thank you.
Thank you. Sal DiCostanzo. Hi.
Good morning. My name is Sal DiCostanzo, and I'm here today on behalf of the 15,000 members of the ILWU and their families who live and work in and around the ports of LA and Long Beach. We ask that you instruct staff to set aside the rulemaking process and engage in negotiations with the ports on the collaborative enforceable agreement before you. I just want to underscore the fact that these are already the cleanest ports in the world. Mario was referencing earlier, 92, 72, 98. That's a 92% reduction in DPM, a 72% reduction in NOx, a 98% reduction in SOx, and then also an additional 20% reduction in greenhouse gas. We want zero emissions and economic vitality. The ports are extremely important. I would venture that all of the clothes, all of the materials in this room were all imported. What would we do if that was disrupted? I agree with Wayne that an agreement in hand is probably worth more.
Thank you. Gary Herrera?
Good morning. My name is Gary Herrera. I'm president of the International Longshore Warehouse Union, representing 15,000 workers in the ports of LA and Long Beach. There's lots to be said here today, but I'm going to speak from my heart. The men and women of the ILWU want exactly what everybody's here. We want clean air too. We live in the community. 54% of our workforce lives within 5 miles. 73% live within 10. So to sit here and say that we don't want that, we absolutely want that. I'll state one more thing too. I'm born and raised in San Pedro, a half a mile away from the port, 52 years old, and I can see across the bay cleaner than I did in the 80s. There's much progress. The ports have been doing an amazing job. Is there more work? Absolutely. A collaborative deal is not a backdoor deal. It is a work between 1 or 2 or more or 3 organizations getting together to achieve the same thing, not having one entity have the ultimate say. So a collaborative effort is what we need. Thank you.
Mateo Gil?
Hello, good morning. My name is Mateo Gil. I'm an organizer with ECR's Committees for Environmental Justice. And I just want to say, when it comes to matters of the heart, what's more important than human life? When we lose human life, we can't put a price on that. So for the folks who are opposing the ISR, you can't put money on human life. So however money they're offering you, there's no price for human life. So we want to move forward. The community has been organizing for a long time, and cutting the community out, cutting their voice out is not the way to move forward. It avoids accountability. So we're just here today to ask y'all to really, think about the folks who have been lost, and think about everything that the community has done to make this process move forward, because the time is now. We have to act now. Thank you.
Thank you. Evelyn Cruz?
Hello, my name is Evelyn, and I am a San Bernardino resident and a recent UCR graduate. I am here today because we need port emission regulations and not an MOU. Without a regulation for emission reduction, there is no assurance that air quality will be improved. Port communities and communities in the IEE will continue to suffer. All the goods that come through the LA and Long Beach ports go to the IE, and they are then distributed nationally through warehouses, rail yards, and trucks based in San Bernardino. These emissions then generate serious health issues in our communities, including asthma, lung disease, and cancer, just to name a few. Had zero emission regulations in the ports been implemented, it is estimated that the reduction in transportation sector pollutants and carbon dioxide emissions would have prevented approximately 150,000 deaths. And with this, I ask that you continue to work on the port's IRS.
Thank you. Thomas Jelinich?
Good morning, Chair Delgado, board members. My name is Thomas Jelinich with PMSA. We respectfully urge you to pause rulemaking, direct your staff to negotiate with the ports on the proposed cooperative agreement, and bring back a final proposal for your consideration. The proposal contains all the elements that this board has requested: increased reporting, zero-emission infrastructure planning, regional ZE infrastructure investment, and ZE trucks, locomotives, and cargo handling equipment. The agreement delivers faster infrastructure, quantifiable emission reductions compared to no emission reductions from 2304, clear accountability, and transparent reporting. This proposal is backed by Mayor Karen Bass and Mayor Rex Richardson. And as you've read in today's op-ed, the port directors Soroka and Cordero have acknowledged your concerns on enforceability and have proposed measures. It is clear what must be done. We urge you to pause rulemaking, negotiate, and have your staff bring you a final proposal. Thank you.
Elva Cordova? 2 minutes, please. Okay, thank you.
My name is Elva Cordova. I live for San Bernardino.
My name is Elva Cordova, and I live in San Bernardino.
Soy de la comunidad de San Bernardino.
I belong to the community in San Bernardino.
Apoyo mucho. Tengo familia en Long Beach, en Hatton.
I support them a lot. I have family in Long Beach, Compton.
Y yo, cuando voy, lo dicen, vamos a pasear allá. Es una tristeza. Yo
And
lloro
when I
andar en los
go-
puertos ahí. Yo dije, yo,
When I go, I'm going to go visit them, and it's very sad to go there because of the ports.
los pies todos llenos de contaminación, todos llenos blancos, los zapatos. Es
My
feo.
feet are
Ujú.
polluted, they're white, my
Ujú.
shoes.
A mí me gustaría ir a Portland, como ustedes, perdón.
I would
a
like
ir a
to go
pasearme.
like you to Portland
Ujú.
and go over there for a trip.
Sí, me hicieron una resonancia magnética.
I did an MRI.
Ujú. Y me salió mucho mercurio en la sangre, al tope.
And now a lot of mercury came
Yeah.
out. It's up to the limit.
Ya, unas alergias en mis ojos.
Allergies in my eyes.
Ujú. ¿En qué nos afecta? Con los EMAI. Tenemos, yo vivo como cerca de
How does this
City Hall.
affect us? I live close to City Hall.
City Hall y lleno de semáis ahí en los estacionamientos
¿Está lleno de
solos,
qué?
de troques.
And it's full of a lot of trucks.
Ujú. Y yo digo que ya es tiempo de acción.
And I
de-
say that it's time for action.
Las reglas se cumplen y es lo que yo quiero, una regla bien. Gracias a ustedes. Y pues,
Rules can be done, and that's what we need from
Ujú.
you.
ustedes tienen el poder. Y
You
yo soy la
have the
comunidad
power, and I
y
am the
vengo en
community.
apoyo de mi comunidad de San Bernardino. Muchas gracias.
And I come here to support my community of San Bernardino. Thank you
Ujú.
very much.
Gracias, señora Córdoba.
Gracias, señora Córdoba.
José Ábalos?
El martes pasado tuve un accidente de tráfico
Last Tuesday, I had a traffic accident,
y acabo de salir directamente del hospital
and I just came out of the
y
hospital,
vine a dar mi comentario público.
and I came to give my public comment.
Miembros de la Junta,
Members of this board,
me pregunto si ustedes tienen un interés con los puertos.
I ask myself, if you have interest with the ports,
¿Por qué ese afán de no regularizarlos?
why this need of not regulating them?
¿Por qué buscar acuerdos si ustedes saben de sobra lo que está pasando?
Why look for agreements if you already know what is happening?
¿Por qué cerrar los ojos a lo que se ve?
Why close your eyes to something that can be seen?
¿Por qué hacen de oídos sordos a la comunidad?
Why do you not listen with your ears to the community?
¿Solo porque no estamos vestidos con traje y corbata?
Just because we are not dressed in a suit and tie?
Señores, esto no representa a Estados Unidos.
Ladies and gentlemen, this does not represent United States.
No estamos en Guatemala.
We are not in
No
Guatemala.
estamos en Honduras.
We are not in
No
Honduras.
estamos en El Salvador.
We are not in El
Estamos
Salvador.
en Estados Unidos.
We are in United
El país
States,
número 1 del mundo.
the #1 country in the
Y
world.
queremos que siga siendo el número 1.
And we want it to continue to be #1.
Por lo tanto, no queremos acuerdos.
Therefore, we do not want agreements.
Queremos una regla de fuentes indirectas de los puertos.
We want a rule directly from the ports.
A propósito, ¿ya saben cómo es el nuevo nombre de los puertos?
As a matter of fact, do you know what is the new name of the ports?
Lysol.
Lysol.
¿Por qué?
Why?
Porque mata al 99.9% de la población.
Because it kills 99.9% of the population.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias, señor Ábalos. Dalinef Leon?
Hello, my name is Dolly Neff. I'm a frontline community member. I support a port ISR because a voluntary agreement will not work. The port had almost 20 years to make a difference, and they have not. Community members have been fighting for clean air longer than I've been alive. And yet, you all have not done them justice by passing a port ISR. What we need is real action and enforceable targets. Frontline communities are not sacrificial. We all deserve the right to clean air. Continue with your mission to ensure healthy air quality in your region. 11 lives lost today is not acceptable when you have the power to ensure cleaner air. Move forward with a port ISR and save our futures.
Thank you. Alberto Leon?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alberto Leon Vasquez. I'm from San Bernardino. When it comes to pollution, my community knows exactly what it is about. It means death, disease, illness, such as cancer, asthma, and ports are part of this big problem. So I'm here on behalf of my community demanding real rules, not just simple agreements. Thank you.
Thank you. Carmen González?
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Carmen y soy residente de San Bernardino y mi familia, mi parte de otra familia, reside en Long Beach.
Good afternoon. My name is Mari Carmen, and I am a resident from San Bernardino, and another portion of my family lives in Long Beach.
Donde mi familia está a unos metros del puerto.
And my family is a few meters away from the port.
Donde mis 3 sobrinos están terriblemente enfermos de asma, entre otras enfermedades respiratorias.
My 3 nephews are very sick, and they are sick from asthma and among other respiratory illnesses.
Estoy fastidiada de repetir y de implorar por aire limpio.
I'm tired and I am frustrated of repeating and repeating that we need clean air.
Las muertes siguen y ustedes pensando en un acuerdo.
The deaths continue and all of you think about coming to an agreement.
No queremos un acuerdo, queremos una regulación. Tenemos años pidiendo que regulen los puertos.
We don't want an agreement. What we want is a regulation. We have been going through years asking for this to be regulated.
Creo que ya es tiempo. No más acuerdos a puertas cerradas sin tomar en cuenta la comunidad.
I think it's time. No more closed doors. I think it's time that you take into consideration the community.
Sí a la regla de fuentes indirectas para puertos, ya que esto salvaría muchas vidas. Espero y esto les importen las vidas ya perdidas y las vidas de mi comunidad.
Yes, to the regulations of indirect sources for the ports and to save the lives. I hope that this is very important for the lives, and I ask all of you for the health of the community.
Por último, no somos insolentes. La insolencia.
Gracias, señora González. Brenda Soto?
My name is Brenda Soto, and I'm with the People's Collective for Environmental Justice based in San Bernardino. How disappointing that we have to ask you once again to do the right thing. For nearly 20 years, the district has delayed in adopting an ISR. Most of your staff and some of you have visited our neighborhoods, and some of you even sit in our city councils. You heard directly from frontline communities how pollution leads to serious health problems. We are 60 miles away from the port, and every day we feel the negative impacts of your poor choices for supporting the industry instead of our communities. If seeing human beings dying of cancer and other respiratory illnesses every day doesn't touch your heart to do the right thing, then what will do? You're already giving millions of dollars to the industry. What needs to happen for you to wake up and stop negotiating with our lives?
Thank you, Brenda. Chris Chavez.
Chris Chavez, Coalition for Clean Air and Portside resident Long Beach. Here we go again, now on the cusp of considering our third MOU concept. After just 2 weeks, a decades-long effort to control port pollution is now at risk of being set aside. That this would only be on today's agenda has only been known for 3 days. And you expect us to trust the MOU process is going to be transparent? The communities that live with port pollution have been blindsided, completely blindsided by this charade. Let's hope that the CEQA analysis for the MOU does not be conducted in the same fashion. This game was never about community engagement. It was never about infrastructure. It's about stopping you from doing your job. It's about shielding themselves from accountability. Do not abandon the indirect source rule process. If you want to consider the port's proposal, sure, do both. But do not be jerked around and do not surrender to the polluter lobby yet again. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Miran?
Honorable Chair Delgado and board members, Miran Tumajan with NAIOP SoCal, nonprofit with over 1,200 members in Los Angeles and Orange counties, including developers, owners, brokers, general contractors, architects, engineers, finance professionals, and other service providers involved in commercial and industrial real estate development across Southern California. I respectfully urge you to pause the port's ISR rulemaking and support the cooperative agreement proposed by the ports of LA and Long Beach. The business tenants of our industrial property owner members already comply with Rule 2305 and AWARE program, and we share your commitment to achieving zero emissions. But the proposed ISR threatens to disrupt an essential economic engine and create uncertainty for industrial property owners, their tenants, and thousands of workers. The port's proposal is a more effective, collaborative path forward, one that builds on the Clean Air Action Plan, protects our supply chain, and brings all stakeholders to the table. Please allow the ports, cities, and South Coast AQMD staff time to finalize the agreement by October. We believe it's the right approach for both our environment and our regional economy. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment here in the auditorium, and I'll turn it over to the Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll move to public comment online. I've heard we have about 20 speakers or so. So if you want to speak, raise your hand. Our first speaker is Elisa Diaz, followed by Jack Hedge. Lisa, you've got 1 minute. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Alyssa Diaz, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce, the largest business organization in the Los Angeles region. The Chamber supports the proposal presented by the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach, which builds on improvements already realized through the Clean Air Action Plan and involves all stakeholders. As a regional chamber representing the business community who are deeply involved with the goods movement in the region, the ports have undoubtedly significant economic impact on the region, the state, and the nation. This proposal is a collaborative solution that will protect a regional economic driver, advance infrastructure investment, and improve environmental sustainability around the ports, as well as invest in workforce development efforts. We respectfully ask you to pause rulemaking and request AQMD staff negotiate with the cities of Los Angeles and Long Beach, as well as the ports on an enforceable cooperative agreement, rather than a rule that may create uncertainty, increase costs, and disrupt our economy. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Lisa. Please note, after Jack Hedge speaks, we'll be cutting off the members of the public who want to speak. So if you want to speak, raise your hand now, because once Jack Hedge finishes his comments, we're cutting off public comment online. Go ahead, Jack. Jack, you're muted.
Hello, my name is Jack Hedge, and I represent the patient group.
You just speak a little louder, Jack. We can barely hear you.
Yes, Jack Hedge, we're representing the patient group, shipping line based here in California. We respectfully ask the board to pause the rulemaking and enter into a collaborative approach. The collaborative approach is a proven model that's been.
Jack, we still can barely hear you. Can you speak a little louder, closer to the mic, or turn it up?
Okay, so, right.
Go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me better now?
No, not much better. Do you want to call back? Call back. Why don't you call back on another one if you can? Next is Nathan.
Hello, my name is Nathan Carvajal. I'm a youth organizer with ECR Communities for Environmental Justice.
Nathan, we're having trouble hearing you too. You got to speak up. I wonder if it's our system.
Is this better?
Nathan, go ahead.
Is this better?
A little bit.
Okay, for sure. But yeah, as I was saying, let me know if it gets worse. But yeah, I grew up in Lakewood and Long Beach. I recently moved to LA City. I'm urging y'all to not pause the port ISR. We don't need any more pauses. It's wild that the port comes at the last minute with this agreement when they've already weakened the port ISR and then demands 10 years without a rule. MOUs are non-enforceable, they do nothing for the community and cause death. I'm 27 right now, so you're telling me that if this agreement passes, I'm gonna be 37 and we still won't have a rule? That's wild. The legacies of environmental racism are deeply rooted in LA and Long Beach, and we need a port ISR to combat this. We've already lost community members, and we need a port ISR to make sure that no more people are dying. It doesn't matter how good your job is, what car you drive, when we don't have health, when we don't have a planet, and we just need to support ISR. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Jack, let's try again. Jack Hedge, and I apologize, but if you can, maybe speak up a little louder so our system can hear you. Jack, you're muted. We'll go to the next speaker, Nick Chiappa. Nick, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Nick Chappie here on behalf of the California Trucking Association. The San Pedro reports support 1 in 9 jobs regionally, including tens of thousands of working class truckers who are already struggling with high operational costs and loss of freight volume, which could be exacerbated under the proposed Rule 2304. The cooperative agreement proposed by the ports continues a process which has reduced diesel particulate matter at the ports by 91%, nitrous oxides by 72%, and sulfur oxides by 98% since 2005. Collaboration between the trucking industry and the ports has been a key driver of this progress, reducing truck emissions by over 99%. The cooperative agreement's proposals build upon these critical emission reduction programs by delivering essential investments that can increase zero-emission vehicle adoption. CTA urges the board to pause the work on Rule 2304 and direct staff to work with the ports to reach a cooperative agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Next is Jack Hedge. Jack, go ahead. Jack's still muted. Jack's hand is down. Okay, and that's it. Next is Jacob Brent. Jacob, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Governing Board. My name is Jacob Brent, and I represent the California Retailers Association. We represent national retailers that depend on reliable and efficient port operations to keep store shelves stocked and meet consumer demand. We support the cooperative agreement as drafted by the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles because it delivers actual emissions reductions without disrupting the supply chain and the millions of businesses and families that rely on it. Proposed Rule 2304 would impose regulatory uncertainty, slow infrastructure investment, and risk driving cargo to other less heavily regulated ports and states. The change in cargo destination means higher prices, longer delays, and fewer choices for consumers. I urge the board to pause the rulemaking process and instead direct staff to engage in negotiations with the cities and ports on a collaborative enforcement agreement, one that could be ready for consideration by the Harbor Commission and the board by October. The port's proposal includes clear commitments, funding for zero-emission trucks, electrification of equipment, and significant workforce training investments, all without compromising cargo flow. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jacob. Next is Celeste Wilson.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Celeste Wilson. I am the Government Affairs Manager for the Long Beach Area Chamber of Commerce, representing the policy interests of over 900 regional members and our small businesses, many of whom depend on the ports for their livelihoods. We urge you to pause rulemaking on PR 2304 and allow full consideration of the proposed cooperative agreement. This approach delivers real emission reductions faster through investments in zero-emission equipment, clean trucks, and workforce training. It builds on the proven Clean Air Action Plan and includes timelines, public oversight, and accountability. Unlike PR 2304, the agreement offers a path to Clean Air Act compliance with broad support from labor, industry, and the cities without putting jobs or regional commerce at risk. We must give this collaborative solution a fair chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Orange County Business Council is next.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. My name is Paulina Alvarez, and on behalf of the Orange County Business Council, I respectfully urge this board to pause the rulemaking process for proposed Rule 2304 and instead direct staff to engage in a cooperative agreement with the ports and impacted stakeholders. The ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach are critical economic engines for our region and the entire country. They support millions of jobs and generate hundreds of billions of dollars in economic activity. This proposed rule introduces uncertainty at a time when we should be prioritizing coordinated outcomes-based solutions that strengthen both our environment and our economy. This cooperative agreement builds on the successful Clean Air Action Plan model, which has already cut port-related emissions significantly through partnership with industry and regulatory agencies. We urge you to allow this collaborative effort to move forward. A rushed rule that lacks stakeholder support risks both environmental progress and economic stability. Let us work together on a path that delivers results. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next is Manuel Cunha. Manuel?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Thank you again, Madam Chair, board members, and Director Wayne Nastry. We represent agriculture across the entire state, and we want to support the request from the cities, of the two cities and the ports to work together to come to an agreement that is workable versus a rulemaking process. So putting the rule on hold and making the system work. Agriculture is greatly concerned of the food that may sit in containers because of hiccups and everything else. Food cannot sit in a port. It has to leave immediately when it has to and arrive at its destination. If not, buyers will refuse to buy from California because of these problems. Again, I encourage the board to allow this process to happen because the cities, both cities and ports are going to work together. Again, agriculture supports this opportunity and way to get a resolving of the air quality. And Mr. Wayne Nastry knows that agriculture has always been there.
Thank you. Next is Michael Rockmus. Michael, welcome.
Hello, I'm Michael Rockmus with U.S. Green Building Council, California. We support continuing to move forward on the port's ISR and not let this draft cooperative agreement get the ISR off track. A parallel path approach is a bad idea because it is going to delay rulemaking. And in my experience, delays lead to more delays, and more delays kill rules. Even just receiving this agreement has already led to a delay. The ports are a major source of pollution, and as we saw in the presentation, attainment is not possible without emissions reductions from the ports, and there are policies that the Air District can and should take to reduce emissions from the ports. Based on past experience, an MOU is unlikely to be effective and will just delay necessary emissions reductions. An MOU plan is likely to break down over the same issue as it has in the past, enforcement. We need an enforceable ISR that leads to emissions reductions at the ports with clear accountability measures and a continued pathway for a transparent process for impacted communities to engage in. The ports should participate.
Thank you. Harvey Utter next. Harvey, you're muted. Please unmute.
Hello, am I being heard?
Yes, sir.
Hello? Sitting my time. Am I being heard?
Yes, sir, you are.
Damn it. That shouldn't be my. You're a captured agency. In 1981, an economist named Stiglitz got a Nobel Prize for captured
Thank you. We
agency.
can move
So
on. This isn't related to this item.
Thank you. Next is John Kendrick. John, go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Delgado and members of the board. John Kendrick from the California Chamber of Commerce. We represent thousands of businesses that rely on the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles. We urge the board to pause the rulemaking and pursue the collaborative agreement. The past 2 decades have shown that collaboration between the ports and air district achieved real environmental progress. Under the Clean Air Action Plan, emissions have dropped dramatically, driven by voluntary action and partnership rather than top-down mandates. This draft cooperative agreement builds on this past success. It outlines new CAP plus measures, including zero emission equipment funding, infrastructure build out, workforce training. These actions will drive significant emissions reductions while unlocking hundreds of millions in public and private investment. We urge the board to pause the current rulemaking and direct staff to finalize a cooperative agreement with the cities and ports. This path will deliver real, verifiable emissions reductions faster. It also provide regulatory certainty that businesses need while protecting the economic engine that drives California's supply chain. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Skylar Wanacott.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members. Scott Wanacott with the California Business Properties Association on behalf of our members, NAOP California, the Building Owners and Managers Association of California, the Institute of Real Estate Management, and also as co-chairs of the Good Movements Alliance. We support the Port's collaborative proposal as a more effective and balanced alternative to current rulemaking. It builds on past progress, engages all stakeholders, and protects both clean air goals and the economic engine that supports thousands of jobs across Southern California. We urge the board to pause the rulemaking and ask AQMD staff to negotiate in good faith with both cities and both ports to allow for a cooperative agreement moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Matt Schrapp. Matt, go ahead, please.
Good morning, Chair Delgado, members of the board. My name is Matt Schrapp. I'm the CEO of the Harbor Trucking Association, also Portside resident of Long Beach. HTA represents motor carriers that transport containers across U.S. West Port gateways, with a particular focus in the ports of LA and Long Beach. Our members are responsible for moving the goods that fuel our local and national economies. They are the most critical link in the supply chain, and their livelihoods, along with our fellow stakeholders, their employees, and their families, are directly tied to the economic health and vitality of our local port complexes. We urge you to pause the current rulemaking process and direct district staff to negotiate the cooperative agreement as presented to you here today. This agreement, when compared to 2304, includes robust accountability and transparency provisions, but most importantly, which should be important to many of the speakers today, it achieves actual emissions reductions. This approach provides a serious, collaborative, sustainable, and accountable path forward. This is the opportunity to create lasting impacts. Don't be sidetracked by unnecessary vulgarity and distortion of reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Francis Yang.
Good afternoon. My name is Francis. I'm a volunteer with the Sierra Club. It is so painful to watch this process devolve, to watch this body, the ports and logistics industry, insult the integrity and right to life of entire communities who've shown up in good faith throughout this whole process. And to be clear, people are dying. If people weren't dying, we wouldn't be having this conversation. If voluntary agreements and self-guided actions were working, we wouldn't be trying to show up like this. But instead, we adhere to delays, we water down enforcement, and we're now potentially walking back even more. And to entertain this new proposal would sound like only a fool's task. It's imperative to clean our air, modernize our aging ports, and protect our most vulnerable.
Thank you. Next is Garrett Renz.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning, Chair Delgado and members of the AQMD Governing Board. My name is Garrett Renz. I'm speaking on behalf of AP Moller-Maersk, which operates a network of around 750 vessels globally, many of which serve California. We thank the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach for submitting a cooperative agreement that lays out actionable, proven strategies for emissions reductions. Over the last 20 years, thanks to collaboration between ports regulators and industry, emissions in the harbor area are at the lowest levels on record. Maersk is proud to contribute to this progress. We are committed to net zero emissions, investing in shore power, green fuels. Last August, the Maersk Alette, the first dual fuel vessel to call the U.S., completed a successful voyage to Los Angeles on green methanol. Dual fuel ships are now our standard for new vessels. This kind of progress is only possible through strong collaboration. Port Collaborative Agreement offers a proven path forward. Therefore, we respectfully ask.
Thank you, Garrett. Next is Clint Olivier. Clint, you're muted.
Mr. Vice Chair, I'd just like to note that there are a number of people that are trying to sign on,
Okay.
but you had closed the queue. And so as staff is removing them, people continue to sign on. So I just wanted to remind people that are listening, the queue is closed. Please do not keep trying to get on.
That's correct. Thank you, Wayne. We did close the public comment period. After several speakers, we gave you notice because some of these board members have to leave and we want to keep a quorum. So let's progress. Thank you, Wayne. Go ahead. Clint? Clint Olivier?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Very good. Thank you. My name is Clint Olivier. I'm with the Central Valley Business Federation. We're a coalition of 80 businesses made up, which represent 30,000 individual businesses, as well as 400,000 workers and their families. We cover a territory from the Grapevine to points north, including Bakersfield and Fresno, Tulare County, and Kings County. And our ask is simple. We ask that this body pause the rulemaking and direct AQMD staff to negotiate with cities and ports on a cooperative agreement that could be delivered to the harbor commissions and the AQMD boards by October. And I thank you very much for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next is Paul Granillo.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. Paul Granillo, President and CEO of the Inland Empire Economic Partnership. Thank you for undertaking this important decision. Obviously, we care about the environment and we care about the economy. And I think taking a pause on the rulemaking and everybody coming together and working together to come to an agreement is the best way forward. Thank you.
Next, go ahead, Judy.
How's my audio?
Good.
Awesome. So my name is Judy Joshua. I'm an interested community member, and I'm very much in favor of the Southern California Air Quality Management District keeping the ISR, like voting in favor of it. I also just want to remind you all that every community member that you've heard today is a representative of thousands of other community members. And we just haven't all heard about it. So very few of, Southern Californians have heard about this. And so just want you to know that like we really, really want you to keep that in mind. Also, your environmental justice advocates represent a lot of your constituents. Also want to respond to the board member who said that what's new about this MOU is that the cities are involved and the mayors of the respective cities are involved. Well, it's a 10-year plan, and those mayors might not be here in a very short while. So we don't want.
Thank you. Next speaker is Megan Wyman.
Hello, I'm Megan Wyman, Vice President of Sustainability at SSA Marine. SSA Marine is the largest marine terminal operator in the United States and the largest container terminal operator in the Americas. SSA Marine, along with its subsidiaries, employs over 13,000 union longshore workers for loading and unloading ships arriving at U.S. ports, including at Long Beach and Los Angeles. We appreciate AQMD's longstanding partnership with SSA Marine advancing clean air and sustainable infrastructure. SSA Marine respectfully requests that AQMD board pause the rulemaking for proposed Rule 2304 and direct staff to negotiate with the cities and ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach on the cooperative agreement. SSA Marine has already made significant strides in our environmental sustainability program, including reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 44% since 2021 at our Long Beach terminals and incorporating dozens of zero-emission equipment throughout our San Pedro terminals. We hope that South Coast AQMD board will pause the rule and work with industry, labor, and ports and local government authorities to support the enforceable.
Thank you. Next speaker is Matthew Lyons from the Singular Valley Economic Partnership.
Hi, my name is Matthew Lyons, and I am the Director of Public Policy for the San Gabriel Valley Economic Partnership. The partnership stands with the broad coalition in support of the cooperative agreement pathway. And on behalf of our membership, we respectfully urge you to direct the staff to negotiate with the cities and ports on a cooperative agreement. The advantages of the agreement deserve to be explored with the full energy of all parties and without divided attentions. So we urge you to pause the rulemaking and pursue the advantages of the draft cooperative agreement. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Matthew. Next is Jojo.
Hi, this is Georgia with East Air Communities for Environmental Justice, opposing this cooperative agreement. If there is more outrage about hearing profanity and not over the disrespect that our communities consistently face every time that the ports and industry evade accountability, and every time that we have to come here to make a case for our lives, then I don't know what to say. It is frustrating to see that this proposed cooperative agreement offers no binding emission reduction goals or accountability to our communities. And it's even more outrageous to entertain an agreement that claims accountability but blocks the district from pursuing rules for 10 years and minimizes the opportunities for affected communities to voice concerns. How is this collaborative? If the ports are doing such a great job, what is there to be scared of? And if you don't want to lose your profits, then just call it what it is. An agreement that stops you, AQMD, from doing your job is deeply concerning for us, and I don't see this concerning you enough. We can't accept anything less than regulation and anything less than guarantees of emissions reductions. I urge you to continue to path for a strong ISR and rulemaking that weighs the concerns of the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jasmine.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Gonzalez, and I'm with Eastern Communities for Environmental Justice. I want to speak on how our air is still filthy and continues to gravely endanger our health and well-being. Also, we face the same diversion tactics through the latest proposed cooperative agreement that offers no binding emissions reduction goals, no accountability, and no real enforcement. Voluntary agreements have no track record of reducing emissions aggressively. They weaken the air district's ability to pass rules to do so. We need this agency to act now and pass a strong port ISR. A strong ISR should focus first on reducing emissions to protect our communities by setting clear emission reduction targets, ensuring everyone is accountable for real progress towards zero emission operations. A rule could reflect input from all stakeholders rather than having a closed door agreement that delivers the most benefits to a select.
Thank you. Next is Ramin Ross from WISPA.
Good afternoon. Ramin Ross with the Western States Petroleum Association, speaking in support of the district, the cities, and the ports taking the time needed to work together for a cooperative agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Dustin Ringhart.
Yes, this is Dustin Reinhardt on behalf of the shipping lines CMA CGM, the lease owner of Phoenix Marine Services at the Port of LA, and a company with approximately 600 vessels in our global fleet. CMA CGM is committed to zero emissions for all of our operations on land and sea, always keeping in mind the communities that we serve. We applaud the work of the port authorities and their mayors on the agreement, and we echo the sentiments stated by Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez and by our ILW partners. CMA CGM America requests to pause the rulemaking and move forward with the agreement process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is East Yard.
Hi, my bad. My name is Paula Vargas. I'm an organizer and a member with East Yard Communities for Environmental Justice. I'm a born and raised resident of the harbor area and live just a couple miles from the Port of LA. I'm a little sick today, so unfortunately I couldn't be there in person, but I stand by my friends and colleagues who made the trip out to support the ISR. I just want to say the infrastructure, sorry about that. The plan iteration of the rule is frankly already weaker than it should be, and the ports can't even agree to that. So realistically, what do you think they'll agree to behind closed doors? This last minute submission of agreement or MOU is frustrating, offensive, and only serves to delay a life-saving regulation. They've stressed that this is only a pause, yet have also asked for a 10-year moratorium showing where their priorities lie. An MOU would only cut out community during the process, and with the ISR, community groups have consistently been at the table and the working groups and have been asking for transparency and accountability.
Thank you. We're now going to our final speaker online, and that's Elizabeth. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Chair and board members. Elizabeth Esquivel with the California Manufacturers and Technology Association. CMTA represents manufacturers across California, including many small and medium-sized businesses that rely on efficient and reliable goods movement. We urge the board to pause the adoption of proposed Rule 2304 and instead allow the staff to fully engage in the negotiations on the cooperative agreement with the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. We believe this collaborative approach will deliver greater results faster while maintaining economic stability for California's industrial base. We respectfully urge you to let those negotiations proceed without the added pressure of parallel rulemaking. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn it back to the chair.
Okay. Now we'll bring it back to the board for discussion. We have a number of board members who've requested to speak, so I'm going to go on that order. I was going to do it like we did at, for 1111, but we'll start with who's on the board and give everybody a chance to ask any questions of staff, give their opinion on this item. Supervisor Mitchell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate that. First of all, I wanted to say that wanted to echo the sentiments made earlier about the interns and their presence here at the breakfast, but I'm really glad that they are here in the meeting to really have an experience of what AQMD is all about. This is a discussion about who we are, and so what a perfect cap to your experience. I'm very glad that there were so many representatives here from labor, because I really am struggling with some of the things I've heard. We've heard things like thousands of jobs at stake, the tens of thousands of, I think it was the representative from the truckers talked about the challenges they're experiencing economically now could be exacerbated by this rule. We heard from agriculture that, if the rule passed, that food would sit in the port. And so I'm asking, Madam Chair, I'd really like some clarification because no one has explained clearly to me how. So if a representative from labor could step back up to the mic and help me understand what is actually in the rule that takes jobs at risk. That's not something I want to do. But none of the letters I got and none of the testimony from representatives of labor, people representing working men and women, made that clear. So if someone could step up to the mic and explain to me.
So we typically don't ask people back that way. We never have. I've wanted to before. I got stopped. So, but we can direct questions to staff.
I don't know if staff can answer that, but if they could try. What is it in the rule that is attempting to build out infrastructure would put jobs at risk?
The rule is currently envisioned as a plan for the ports to put together a plan. And I don't understand myself how the drafting of a plan puts any of those positions anywhere at risk. So I too would like to hear that. I just am not aware of the rationale for that. And then if you wanted to take it one step further, what we heard is that the offer on the table is more aggressive than what the rule is proposing. So you would think then that would even pose a greater risk. But I'm not, again, I don't see how that could happen.
Okay. So without the ability to get clarity, I'm sorry that the letters and all the testimony didn't provide that clarity, because from my perspective, the rule would build out infrastructure, and that is jobs, particularly for the building trades. That's who builds infrastructure. So I really struggled. I want the representatives from labor to hear me clearly, that I wish somebody would have explained to me what in the rule puts jobs at risk, because I don't get it. I don't. The rule says expand infrastructure, and that's where I see jobs expanding, not being compromised. We heard the term collaborative agreement, hundreds of times today. And what I struggle with is many of the same players who are bringing the collaborative agreement to the table are the same players who have brought SB 34 to the table. So on one end, we're being asked to collaborate, and yet a bill is going through the legislative process that is not collaborative. A bill is going through the legislative process that cuts us off at our knees. So people want to talk about good faith negotiation. I don't see how a proposal that came to us June 18th that says 10-year prohibition on rulemaking walks like a collaborative process. If we're going to have a true debate, if it's going to be added to the agenda, I think it's only fair on all sides that we have crystal clear, honest, direct conversation. And I think the elephant in the middle of the room is not about the rule compromises jobs. Nobody can explain that to me. It is not about collaborative, collaboration, because it's collaboration on one side. It is about preventing us from setting a precedent of rule setting. That is the ultimate desire. And so she says you can't come to the mic, so I'll come to the audience and you can explain it to me. Love to hear it.
Full audience about it.
Well, she says you can't, so. So the issue is precedent setting and rule setting, which is what SB 34 is attempting to take from us. Let's just put it on the table. It would have been wonderful to have the collaborative process in a timely fashion that kind of respected the integrity of the process. But to force feed us and overwhelm us with this last minute suggestion, I just think is disrespectful to the process and unfair, and is not collaboration. Just because you say the word collaboration doesn't mean that's what it is. SB 34 is not collaboration. So, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion in hearing the three options that the staff brought before us, that we move forward with the ISR rulemaking process.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor.
I'd like to second that and wait for my turn.
Sure. It's been seconded
Thank you.
by Padilla Campos. Councilmember Rahman.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to ask whether we could get the clarifications about the timelines, because I still don't understand the difference in timeline. So we've already paused, like we're coming here to pause, being asked to pause something. I want to underscore, it's already been paused. And that pause happened without our intervention at all as a board. But now what we have is an opportunity to move forward with what Dr. Reese mentioned were potentially very productive negotiations with the cities involved, along with the ports, that will achieve potentially greater emissions reductions than what the rule would actually get us to. Which, again, I'm agnostic. Like, my goal is to get air quality improvements, like I hope everyone's goal is on this board, and to achieve our kind of the standards that we're supposed to be getting according to the EPA. What is the difference in timeline that we're looking at here between two different options in terms of whatever this pause is, which we're already doing, and moving forward with both opportunities? Because that feels like what we've already been doing, and it feels like it's been generating some productivity. That's why we're talking about it today. That's great. I applaud everyone for engaging in it. I'm really glad. I want to, really say to both of the mayor's offices and the cities, thank you for engaging and for leaning in. I would love to see more of that as we move forward, but what is the difference between these two options ahead of us?
Let me start, and perhaps Dr. Reese may have something to add. So I'm just going to throw out options, not in any particular order. You're right, board member, with regards to the delay to the ISR approach. The delay would have resulted from not releasing the 75-day package, which was timed to come back to the board in October. So by missing the deadline date, we can no longer come back to the board in October. If the board were to direct us to continue to move forward on the ISR process, then I think the soonest that we could do it would be November. I'd want to make sure that we check on availability, because as I said before, there are certain things that we need to do. We need to make sure that we have additional meetings. We had promised to have those meetings in community and here as well. So just making sure from a logistical perspective that we would be able to move forward in November at the earliest. When we heard all of the different options that were being brought forward, one of the things that we wanted to look at was what's a realistic perspective and what is the expectations from our perspective of the board and what we had promised. And what I had said was we have to come back to the board before the end of the year. And this is in our discussions amongst staff. So we can do that if we're directed to move that way. The concept of staff taking a pause and agreeing to engage on the cooperative agreement model that's been put forward. Because of where we are in terms of readiness to go forward on the 75-day package, we can put a pause, and you heard for roughly 45 days, I would have said 30 to 45 days. And within that 30 to 45 days, we could have discussions, but it would be very difficult to schedule public venues, to have open and transparent meetings within that time frame. The board could also,
Sorry, the open and transparent meetings would be about which,
with the communities, with the stakeholders.
about the MOU or
about the MOU, the cooperative agreement approach.
Okay, but the cooperative agreement approach would, sorry, just to clarify here.
Sure.
You'd have to have something in hand that satisfied the broader goals that we're all trying to work towards, that everyone here, and I appreciate the feedback of everyone who came in who's supportive of the cooperative agreement model. I just want to say, like, I think you're making a good faith assertion that that cooperative agreement will get us to good, maybe even better outcomes than what we're going to do with the rule, which is, that's exciting to me. You know? So, but you have to hammer out the terms of that, and you're not going to hammer out the terms of that in a public meeting with community stakeholders. You're going to hammer out the terms of that with the people who are involved in that rulemaking process, or that agreement, which would be the two cities, the two ports, and the AQMD, right?
I think it depends on how you approach it. The cities could agree to having that transparent process. But
you
if
wouldn't
you
be
want
able to present something to the public until and unless you had agreed on it, or even options that were on the table. You don't have anything right now. What I saw was, as you said, a potentially promising agreement, right?
Mhm.
But with a lot of open questions, including the question of enforceability. So what would an open process look like with open questions? Like the public, I can already tell you what the public's going to say. They're going to come in and say, we want something that's enforceable. We want something that's going to clean the air. Like, we know that. So I guess I just don't understand. The 30 days would be needed to hammer out an agreement between these parties that are at play. It could not include a public process, because a public process could only come once you have something to present to the public, which is more than what you presented today, right?
But we have the proposed cooperative agreement language that was provided to us. And I believe that was posted on our website as well. So the public has access to that. And I would expect the public, if we were to move in that direction, would want to comment and provide suggestions, thoughts on how that moves forward. There are a number of different items that are on here that would be, I think, subject to negotiation. While it's true that the actual agreement would have to be between the cities and the ports and us, but there's still an opportunity to accept comment and to help shape that ultimate position. So that's what I was referring to in terms of public involvement, transparency.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, so it sounds like, here's what I'm hearing from the timeline process, is that there is an opportunity for us to bring back a cooperative agreement, or sorry, a rule by the end of the year, whether we issue it, put out the 75-day package right now or in 30 days, that you can bring that rule back by the end of the year, right?
Yes.
That's at this point what we're going to be expecting, because we've already paused it.
Yes.
Right. So that's what's before us right now. No matter what we do, that's what's before us. Or we have an option to say during the next 30 days, really work hard to get this thing done, the cooperative agreement that's going to get us potentially more than what's on the table with the rule.
Yes.
And so that seems great. So I'd like to make a motion.
Oh, we
Ms.
already have
Chair.
a substitute motion?
No, just another motion that
Okay.
Yeah,
I would be open to being a substitute.
okay. That we move forward with both options, before us. And I don't, whether it's a substitute motion or an additional motion, I would just say, let's move forward with both options. It seems like we have the time to do both. We have the energy and the willingness to engage on both. We've already done the work on the rule. We have the energy and willingness and enthusiasm to hear all of these good faith efforts to do better at cleaning the air. So let's do it. Let's do both. And let's move forward.
I'll second that motion.
Okay.
I have some clarification questions, but we'll go through the list of requests to speak. Okay, so there's a motion that's been seconded, and I think there's an acceptance that that's a substitute. All right, Board Member Padilla Campos.
Thank you. I want to thank everybody that's participated and has shown up during the rulemaking process. I think that your dedication has really shaped this effort from the very beginning. And thank you, staff, too, not only for the amount of hours you've put in the office, but also meeting with community members. I know those are sometimes not easy and they're long evenings, so appreciate that. I went back to my notes just to January of this year, and every day a community members were showing up asking us to please stay the course with the Ports ISR. And yet we're here today. It's really disappointing. And for that, I want to say sorry. I'm sorry that we're here. I'm sorry that we're debating this, that we're having this conversation. It's not right. It's deeply disappointing to see this rushed and last-minute proposal that undermines our regulatory authority and years of public process. The agreement was sent to us just 2 weeks ago without any committee review. And it seems, and it sets no binding emission targets, no real enforcement, and it could block us from regulating the ports for the next 10 years. And that is unacceptable. Call it cooperative agreement, I call it an MOU. MOUs have failed us in the past, but enforceable rules have worked. They've proven to work. The warehouse ISR, for example, has led to real infrastructure investment. The Ports ISR can do the same, but the only way that's going to happen if we move this forward today. The Ports ISR is enforceable, and it's based on years of stakeholder input. So we cannot continue delaying it anymore. And for that reason, I would like to remain with my second on Supervisor Holly Mitchell's motion.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
the second doesn't accept the substitute. Does that?
Right, but then I heard a second from Cacciati, so I don't know how the rules work, but I don't know if you even accept an amendment to your rules. So let's exactly.
Okay.
I agree.
All right,
Okay.
and then Bacon, think about it.
So I urge this board to continue the course and ensure that we have real accountability and clean air for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member. Mayor Locke Dawson.
Thank you. I appreciate Councilmember Rahman's trying to get us to a place, and like her, I too am agnostic, and I have studied this and done both sides, looked at everything that's been going on, heard it, done my own research. I think what I'm concerned about is that if you all remember Board Member Krakoff, when he left with a very strongly worded opinion on having worked on trying to get a cooperative agreement in place with the ports for many years, and it failed. And he was very frustrated with that. He was frustrated with industry, and he was frustrated with the environmental groups as well. He felt that there was, I think, lines drawn in the sand, and people were more interested in being right than getting it right. And I think that's always the bugaboo in these types of negotiations. I have not heard a compelling reason why we cannot move forward with the ISR at the same time we're doing negotiations. I have not heard that. Having said that, I would love to get some of the stuff that the ports have brought forward, that my fellow mayors have brought forward, into our ISR. I think it's doable within our time frame. to come to the end of the year. I think we could put something out and still do it. I would support Councilmember Rahman's, Board Member Rahman's and Supervisor Mitchell's comments and motion if we were assured a few things. One is that failure to get these things into failure to find agreement on all of the things by the time prescribed just results in a default to the ISR. I think that's pretty fair because it's been going on for some time. And secondly, that we have a very definitive timeline, that we don't dally anymore. We've all been here many times. So having said that, I appreciate everybody coming out today. I think we're really trying to do the right thing here. I think we're trying to figure out how to get this to work for everybody. So thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's me. I'm supposed, Supervisor Hagman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm going to keep mine short. I do appreciate everyone coming out and seeing both sides. I mean, there's two messages today. Either we try to work together with the ports of LA and Long Beach, or we're continuing on the rulemaking process. And I think staff's made it very clear we could do both. We could sit there and really try and give faith. And I want to be optimistic, but my good friend, the Krakow was saying how frustrated he was. But for 45 days, if the ports know that this is the last shot at this, and we really can make pragmatic moves toward cleaning the air, cleaning the environment, building infrastructure so we can support the future, it doesn't hurt the timeline we have. I don't know why we want to give it a shot. If we had everyone come together and say, yay, we're together on this, the ports and the cities, I think what was brought to attention was you do have a bigger group coming together this time. You have the cities where it was just the staff of the ports before, basically trying to negotiate this. And with the two mayors and the councils involved, and with labor and with the businesses all trying the same thing, can we get to it? Why wouldn't you try to work toward that in 45 days? But I think my colleague said you have to have a time limit. There's no more discovery. You guys have been talking about this for 5 years. You get the bullet points right or you don't, and it has to be enforceable. And those are the major things. So I would support that direction.
Thank you. Supervisor Nguyen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I actually want to thank you and appreciate you for bringing this forward so that we all have a chance at the discussion and for the public to also make their comments. I appreciate the public for coming out here and also those who were online making those comments. I guess a couple of things. One, can we put back on the 3 proposals so that we all can see it again? And I just want a clarification. It's been going, so staff, if you can help me, Wayne, what I'm hearing is the proposal of the parallel approach is moving forward with the rule, the ISR process, why we negotiate a cooperative agreement. Is that what I'm hearing? And then my question is that, just to clarify, what I heard earlier is that you stated we can move forward with that and we can still reach our December, or we can pause the ISR and have 30 days, 45 days to have that discussion to then still meet our December. Either way, we will meet December, whether we pause and continue to negotiate or we do both, could negotiate and the rule.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
If I could just elaborate. So the third proposal that you see up there was doing both at once. But what I'm offering is that because we are so far along, we can do the pause, as you described, for roughly 30 to 45 days, where we can work on addressing the cooperative agreement issues. And if we don't come to agreement, we can still pivot within that 45-day window and still be able to bring a rule to the board by December.
Thank you. Thank you.
And potentially a cooperative agreement.
Okay.
Potentially.
And Colleagues, that's where so the way I look at it, if you're gonna allow us to go in and negotiate or talk to the cities and the port, but they will feel the pressure of the ISR on them. And it's like almost like a gun to their head. They won't be out there. I don't mean literally. I just meant like that pressure and the threat of it. I think it's unfair. So I really believe that if it doesn't change any of our process to getting us to December, we should pause, talk and negotiate 45 days. And like Supervisor Hagman said, this is it. It's your last chance. We either move forward with you, or we move forward without you in 45 days to the port. And so I think though is that pausing the ISR right now and have that and continue to have that discussion with the cooperative agreement to the cities, I think would be helpful versus doing them both simultaneously, because we're really not going to, it's not going to change our time frame. It's not going to change our direction or anything else besides having that discussion. I think that would be more fair, so that it's more of a level playing field versus going in there and the port and the cities feeling the pressure like, well, you still have the ISR against us. That's the way I look at it. And so I would be more supportive of pausing for the 45 days and then allowing our staff to have that conversation and discussion with the port, with the two cities or whoever the entities are, and then come back in 45 days and let us know. And we are still in the same direction. We're not moving or delaying anything. And I know that there's a substitute motion. I don't think you can do another substitute motion, so I'm not sure how that process works.
Yeah, I think now that we're in clarifications, because I have the same kind of questions, like, okay, let's try to give staff a little detail. But I think we'll hear everybody out maybe and then come back.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Olmos?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Nguyen. Actually, I think me and you are on the same page, and actually Long Beach Port sits in my region. And I really had the opportunity as the new kid on the block. I mean, this has been going on for quite some time, to really sit with all parties and kind of determine best routes here. Because I mean, it's very confusing, this memorandum, the rule. And I was just like, why can't we just combine the two and just make a happy sense for everybody? But I guess that's not possible. Let me ask you, so when you answered the question, but the dual path does not delay a decision. I think you just got your answer from that. So basically, if we did the dual path, it doesn't delay a decision because we still have the 30 to 45 days, correct? Okay. So I think keeping it short, everybody made a really good comment. I think we can't put a second on there, but I'm actually gearing with Supervisor Nguyen. I'd like to actually direct the staff to pause work on the proposal. Let's look at this agreement. Let's see what we can do and then come back to the table.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell, do you have a request to speak? Anyone? Okay.
I do.
Yeah, go ahead,
Just to
please.
try to make the discussion with regard to the motion that I put on the table, that I am more than willing to make the councilwoman's motion to withdraw my motion from the floor in support of the councilwoman's motion. And again, your comments around enforceability having to be addressed and clarity around the 45 days that, as it was suggested by the mayor and Supervisor Hagman, that like on day 46, if an agreement hasn't been reached, that the ISR rule goes forward. And as I understand it, I wasn't here. That was basically the motion in 2001. So I would remove my motion, support the substitute motion to engage in conversation. You're saying 45 days. And if that's not, and I too hope that we reach resolution. I supported infrastructure because everybody said that's what we needed to do first. I wasn't on the infrastructure bandwagon initially. I want to reduce emissions. I got in the infrastructure bandwagon because that's what we were told needed to happen first. Yeah. Let me just be clear how I got on that train, electric train. So again, it would be my expectation, I believe that's the spirit of the motion, that on day 46, that then it could be released so the 75-day clock could begin on the ISR rule. I think that that's grace, and we'll see what collaborative agreements can come about in 45 days.
Chair Delgado, I'm sorry, excuse me, just as a point of order with respect to the motion, could we get some dates established to it? Like, I think September 18th puts us at 45 days maybe, and then that gets us to December.
Well,
I'm
okay,
not sure, but I
yeah.
just wanted to throw that out there as part of the discussion. Thank
Okay,
you.
so let's do that. So the reason we are here today on a full discussion is because on July 18th, we were supposed to send out the 75-day packet. And that is the day that we got this alternative proposal. And I did put it on pause. And for full disclosure, this is a delay. We were supposed to hear this rule in October. And if we take an action to bring it in December, it is a 2-month delay. I'm not going to pretend that none of those facts are true. But this was my idea, and I could not get it to the finish line. And there's an alternative that might work. And I don't know if it will. I can't tell you that I fully trust the ports. I mean, I asked for a red line to an ISR, and this is where we're at. But there is enough here, and there's enough good for our region that I do agree that we should at least consider it. But I think that gives you only till October 21st.
I would have said September 19th.
Yeah.
Okay, so the 75 days from December 5th? Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I put it, okay. So so whatever that date was.
September 19th.
So we all have like a measure, everybody in this room, because on September 20th, then you will notice the ISR if there's not agreement between the parties. Is that correct?
It would be the 19th.
Oh, on the 19th. Okay, we want to make sure. So we have till September 18th to hopefully, and I really do hope that there is some agreement because we can do better with that. But if not, then on September 19th, staff will
Release the
release
75-day
the 75-day package. Is that consistent with what your thoughts are? Okay, all right.
And is there any circumstance that wouldn't happen?
I,
Let me posit a scenario that it might. I want to address the Supervisor Wynn's comments, if it's okay, Madam Chair, and Vice Mayor Olmos. Wayne, what would happen, let's say we're working closely in negotiations, the mayors are involved, ports were involved, we've listened to public comment, it gets to September 17th or 50, whatever. Oh my God, we're together on 9 out of 10. We're that close. What happens at that time? If we hit a scenario like that where we're coming up to that time, but we're almost there. We're at the 1-yard line to get over the goal line. What do we do then?
We still move forward. That's my understanding is we move forward with the ISR and we move forward on September 19th or 20th, whatever that is. Even if we got to 9.5 of the 10, that gives the port, they need to move. They need to move the needle. It's not a choice. That's where I'm standing right now is that, I'm not blinking. If you think I'm playing poker, I'm not. Is that we are giving you an opportunity because I want to respect the two mayors and them voicing collectively to us. And I want to give them that respect, at least give them that 45 days. And then after that, if it doesn't work out, then we move forward. That's just how it is. I don't think we blink.
well said. Well said. I like that. Okay, now, I think that was the clarifications on the dates, hopefully. So now we're back to Councilmember.
Yep, thank you, Madam Chair. And so here's why I support Councilmember Rahman's motion proposing a parallel track. And I really do believe there's a distinction from our two prior attempts, which I've been involved with since over a decade. Number one, Twin Ports have put forth a credible proposal. It's a solid foundation with a number of concerns that need to be addressed to meet AQMD staff and board approval. Keep that in mind. Number two, the two mayors, LA, Long Beach, that they both appear to be engaged in the process. As specifically requested, we set aside the ISR process and negotiate an enforceable, cooperative, transparent agreement. Three, last year, we were joined, Larry and I, by the Twin Ports, industry, PMSA, environmental groups, in going to Washington, D.C. to meet with the administration, federal agencies, Congress, seeking funding and help to pay for these port improvements and transitions to cleaner technologies. Four, this proposed MOU appears to be modeled, as somebody indicated earlier, after this Port of LA, Port of Long Beach, after the airport MOU model that we adopted several years ago. For B, I would say in my analysis, the technology from 10 years ago, the infrastructure has improved dramatically, just like electric cars have. The fueling infrastructure, and the fact that now, as we went last year to Europe, Wayne, we now know there's methanol and harbor craft can be converted too. Five, staff will be able to see soon, as Wayne indicated, there's trust that the port's proposal is sincere. They're negotiating in good faith on all the terms, actually reduce harmful air pollution and protect our communities. If, on the other hand, staff reports back, as Wayne did, which happened with the railroads, we sat in those meetings here at our executive office 2 times with Union Pacific and Burlington Northern for hours, with the whole delegation. If he finds that they're not serious about good faith, measurable, enforceable, tangible, accountable measures to achieve federal mandated attainment, just as happened with the railroads, then I support quickly pivoting back to this ISR, which is part of this motion, which will effectively meet the needs we've talked about. In summary, I've thought about this. I sat there last night till 1:30 reading all your letters. All of us, as Gideon said, all of us are partners, all of us in industry, labor, environmental, the ports, our local governments, our residents, our faith communities. We all have a shared interest in working together in good faith. Everyone coming together to compromise. You're inflexible. Those who have inflexible, inexorable, untenable positions to reach a cooperative agreement. As we said before, they've got to be measurable, enforceable measures to reduce toxic air pollution in our communities, will at the same time support a successful economy and transition to a bright future for our families and employees alike. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez?
Thank you. I would support, just for clarification, are we currently saying there'd be what amounts to a 45-day pause? Is that what we're saying, that there's not a dual track per se during the first 45 days?
That's correct.
Okay. So asking just to clarify, to get to that December timeline that Supervisor Wynn and others have been talking about, that would happen one way or the other, I had heard comments requesting a pause to October. So if you moved up to October 1st, would that allow for staying on the December timeline? Or are those 2 weeks, would that get us off of that timeline?
We would lose the 75-day notification period. So we need to stay on the September 19th, which is the day of the Mobile Source Committee.
Understood. So we would be pursuing option B, pursue cooperative agreement in a public process for 45 days, essentially.
Essentially, but that doesn't negate the possibility that it continues to move forward. As the vice chair said, if we're 9.5 out of 10, we can continue to have those discussions. But we also then have the discussion of the ISR. So we could conceivably bring both to you in December. It's not necessarily one or the other.
Okay, in that hypothetical, if we're at 9.5, we don't get there to the full way by the 19th, you're saying? September 19th?
Yes.
Then it would trigger going to basically C, the parallel track. You're not saying we would
That's correct.
abandon the cooperative agreement per se. We could still try to see what could be salvaged, but ideally, or at least we'd be embarking currently colleagues on the pause for 45 days to lean in 100% of the staff's energies for good faith discussions in an open, transparent process with all stakeholders being engaged. And this would be through mobile source committee, essentially.
Yes, and in fact, as I mentioned, the 19th is Mobile Source Committee. We would apprise the Mobile Source Committee every meeting up to the 19th and including the 19th and say where we are. We expect to get direction. And if we're at that 9.5 out of 10, I would expect to hear some additional direction. But we don't necessarily have to shut the door at that point. But we do open the door to the rule package at that point.
I think it's critical to have the pause, and if 45 days is the best we can do to stay in December, then I would feel really good about, let's see how that opportunity, if it comes to fruition or not. So I appreciate the colleagues' comments in regards to considering that flexibility. Thank you.
Board Member Padilla Campos.
Thank you. This is why I'm not in support of considering both options. Because in 2020, 2021, the ISR was not voted on. We voted to do an MOU, and we gave the boards plenty of time to also participate in the process. And I heard the same tough talk that I'm hearing today from the board members of how we were going to stick to this timeline and we were going to make this happen for the community. And yet we're here today with, they're not calling it an MOU, they're calling it a cooperative agreement, but it's called, they're delaying this process, an important process that needs to move forward. So I'm, again, just extremely disappointed that we're here today and that we're not moving this forward. And again, sorry to community that we're here.
Thank you, Board Member. Supervisor Perez.
Very-
And then I was going to ask that we,
Yeah,
unless there's like any further clarification, maybe we try to
no, that's
wrap
it.
this up.
I'm just going very, very quickly. So there are two items it seems like for us to vote on that have been presented. I just want clarification. I know that Supervisor Nguyen made one. And then as well, there was another by Councilmember Rahman, I think. And they're a little different. So I just want clarification as to what we're voting on here because I'm ready to vote.
So
Babe, yeah.
I haven't had a chance to officially or formally make my substitute
Oh, I'm
motion.
sorry. Okay.
So I'm not sure, I mean, because we had original motion and then it was taken off the floor, so now we have just one motion. Then if I can make a substitute motion then,
Well,
if
maybe-
that's, I don't know what I've been waiting to see what the process is.
So I do sense that Councilmember Rahman wants to clarify her motion. I think we're hearing the same thing. but-
Yeah, look,
no, they're
I
not.
just
They're
want,
not.
I want to just say that, to me, from what I'm hearing from staff is that, again, I might be misinterpreting this, like, we can dive headlong into good faith negotiations with enthusiastic partners, and do this work alongside the preparatory work to release the
ISR.
the 75-day packet on September 19th. And maybe I'm just being daft, but it doesn't feel like there was any measurable difference between options 2 and 3. What I would suggest is that we do both. Like, we can do this. We can engage in these good faith negotiations. We've already paused it. The pause has happened. The pause has happened. Like, we didn't even vote on it. A pause is here. But I'm really excited about the possibility of us moving forward with these negotiations. I'm really, really excited that the mayors are all in. Like, that's really exciting to me. I know that these are mayors who have big you know, big visions for these ports. And I think if they're behind this, like something will move forward that could be very, very exciting for our region. I really have a lot of faith in that. But my motion is to say that we move forward with both and that on September 19th, we release the 75-day packet. And that we already have a pause. This pause is here. And I think we should move forward with holding our powers in our hands, and do the work that we're all here to do.
So the 45 days is a negotiation period.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I think, actually, I think you're right, Councilmember Rahman, because staff was ready to send out and I apologize. You all work so hard and so diligently, and I know that day was chaotic for you. But I'm hoping that this means we can do better. But they were done, ready to go. And so that's why a pause actually means that we can fully focus on negotiations, right? Is that? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
There is more work. We do have to hold a couple more meetings as part of the process we committed to. We had promised that. So there is more work, but we're ready to go on the 75-day package. Community meetings.
And so if we don't have agreement by September 18th, on September 19th, you will issue the 75-day.
That is what I'm hearing, yes.
Supervisor Nguyen?
So now that we only have one motion on the floor, can I do a substitute motion?
Well, I don't accept this. Let's vote on this motion. If it fails.
Yeah.
I can do a substitute motion.
Yes.
No?
Yes, you could do a substitute motion. That would be voted on first, I believe. Yes.
Do you want to ask any clarifying questions about the differences? Because I think you're.
No, it's there's one key different.
Okay.
There's one key different that everybody, what the councilwoman is suggesting is we parallel the effort in 45 days, basically continue the rulemaking and negotiating the collaborative agreement. What I'm suggesting is that we actually pause the rulemaking for 45 days and have the conversation and the negotiating the collaborative agreement. So mine is a pause, complete pause on the rulemaking for 45 days. Hers is to continue on both parallel.
Yeah.
That's the two difference.
I second that.
I actually think you both are not saying anything different.
They're saying, one is saying B, one is saying C, so they are different.
No, but okay, so
Very
Wayne has
different.
tried to
I
describe.
heard a second, by the way, here.
Okay, but Wayne has tried to describe to you that it's done. We were done with it. So there's, other than the community meetings, which we would have to host and you could do in the 75 days.
Yes, that's correct. On September 19th, we released a 75-day package. We would be, I know that we've actually had those scheduled and we had venues. I would just want to make sure that those venues are still available on the dates that the time frame would start on. I don't have that confirmation right now, but we would probably want to get that ready to go so that on September 19th, all of that's lined up and it's ready to go.
So just for super clarification for Supervisor Nguyen, when Councilmember Rahman asks that we parallel track, all you're really doing then is scheduling, if you have to, those community meetings, which you're going to want to do anyway.
Yes, we would be doing that.
That's it for the ISR, or is there something else? I just want to be totally transparent with everybody.
Thank you. Let me try to do this. So we have the two tracks. The distinction is that I think Supervisor Nguyen is being very explicit that on that first attempt that we have for those cooperative agreement discussions, that we're not doing anything else. And what I understand Board Member Rahman to be saying is that, hey, we keep both processes going. From my perspective, we can meet the December goal for the end of the year as long as we release the 75-day package on September 19th. There really isn't a lot for us to do in the next 45 days. And so we would be able to devote that time to the cooperative agreement.
Yeah, so they're functionally the same.
I
They're the
don't,
same.
yeah.
Well,
Staff,
well,
I'm confused by your presentation. Like, I just want to say to everybody, like, I think Chairwoman Delgado heard you, heard the efforts, heard your energy of bringing good spirit to this cooperative agreement, bringing good faith work to this cooperative agreement, and I support that. She paused it. It is paused. We are paused. And all I want to say is that at a time when the efforts, there's a significant effort underway to undermine our own authority to make rules. I, as a board member here, like, I joined this because we have the capacity to make rules, because we are charged with making these rules. Like, we have paused this effort right now. Let us listen, let us participate in this good faith process. Let's move forward. And on September 19th, if we're not where we need to be, we move forward with our authority to do the rules. This is, it is an affirmation of both community members who feel an urgency around this. Like, we heard a lot from community members that they feel really blindsided by all this. Let's affirm them too. And let's affirm all the people who came here and said, we're going to work hard on this, because I hear you and I know the mayors who are behind this push and I trust them. So let's affirm all of them. Let's move forward and let's do this together. Like, I think staff, the presentation was, I would say, a little needlessly confusing on the difference between those two options. There is no functional difference between them. But I don't think that moving forward with this in a good faith discussion requires us to give up our authority to make rules. If we do that, then why are we here?
Can you just help us clarify so we can vote something?
But we are not giving up our authority
Right.
to promulgate rules. We are taking a pause. We're not, we have been paused, yes.
Have been paused already. We didn't have to do anything paused.
So, but there's clear direction. If there is no consensus by September 18th, nobody, not me, as the chair of the board or Chair Mobile Source, can pause it. It will go out. And if we're close enough, staff has the ability to bring both options to the board in December. But it's gonna go.
That's correct.
Call for the question.
Madam Chair, just ask staff, that staff's been negotiating for 5 years. Okay, this is a new effort from the mayor's office. I would love to have a representation of yourself or someone from this committee, MSRC, to be part of that, because what's going to happen is you're going to come back with the best and final offer from the ports of LA and Long Beach, and we're going to have our rule. And at some point, we're going to have to decide on when those two pass. And there may be like, hey, this is the absolute, can't pass this from a staff perspective, but it may be different from a board member perspective. So if there's some possibility for you, Wayne, to work with the chair to have some of those background conversations, that'd be
I
great.
talk enough to Wayne. I was gonna. No, I definitely think Mobile Source is the right place for that. The committee is the right place. I don't know that individuals should be involved, but.
Call for the question.
So then are we voting on the substitute motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, what?
And
On my substitution.
No, yours is
Faye,
motion.
is there any process? Like, I just feel like it's the same motion and I want to support
It's
both.
not the same.
It's not the same
B
motion.
versus
It's
C.
not the
B
same
versus
motion.
C.
I'm sorry.
It's
I
ideology,
keep
though.
on hearing that everybody keep on saying it's the same motion. My objective is by formally pausing the rulemaking process, gives both parties, us and the port or whoever, Long Beach, LA, whatever, all the parties time and space to have good faith effort to go to be at the table. That's why I want an actual official pause. I think, I know that both proposals or motions will ultimately end the same in December. I mean, the process will end the same in December, but I think we need a formal pause to at least let the port and those other parties know that we are in good faith. We want to be at the table. We want to negotiate versus us continue to have this over here while they're at the table and they're just like, okay, so do we continue to look at the rulemaking process or do we negotiate? That's why I wanted a formal pause. And so that's my substitute motion. So it's not the same. I apologize. I want to make it very clear. It is not the same.
Okay, I understand
Call
now.
for the
It is,
question,
but it has
please.
been called to question.
So to make sure that everybody's clear, it sounds like Supervisor Wynn's motion is basically option B, to pursue a cooperative agreement in a public process until September 18th. And the original motion was a parallel path approach until September 18th. And on September 18th, the September 19th, that the package would be, 75-day package would be released if there hadn't been an agreement on an agreement.
And negotiation still continues.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I just.
If we're close.
Yeah.
If we're close.
If I could just make one comment, I just want to underscore, like, we represent people in the community who are impacted by air quality, and we represent, the ports, the industries, the cities, and all of those workers that depend on this incredible industry for their work. Like, all of you are our constituents. And the only reason I know it's just, I keep saying, oh, they're the same. Like, we are doing the same thing through this. There's no difference between options B and C. Option C, I do think, honors community members who have been lifting up their voices for a long time. They are our constituents as well. And we heard from a lot of them today. And that's the only reason that I'm pushing on it. Like, we can do both. We can do both. That's what good policymaking is. That's what this board is capable of. That's what this team is capable of. We have many voices that we are supposed to balance the needs of. And, like, we can do it. They're functionally the same. That's all I would say.
Okay, so which,
Question once again.
Ray, which one goes first for voting?
The substantive motion would go first pursuant to the governing board procedures.
Okay, everybody please vote.
It's potential option B, I believe, right, Bay?
Supervisor Wins?
Yes.
All right, and that's the same.
Chair, I just want to make sure, Supervisor Wynn, after the 45 days, I understood your motion to include proceeding with the 75-day package if an agreement is not reached.
Yes, and if it's closed, you can bring both back to us later on at the end of the process.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like everybody, I think everybody, is that everybody? Yes? Okay, so that passes. But I do want to be respectful to the fact that I do think that the intent of the board is the same, and it's all very similar. But, all right, so staff, if you have any other questions on that item, do we have closed session?
Can I just clarify for community, are there still going to be meetings for this period?
No, we paused.
Yeah, we're not going to have it.
So no more meetings.
We won't have any community meetings before September 19th
That
for the 75-day package.
That sends a very clear message. Thank you.
But I believe, as I said before, on the cooperative agreement, we do want the community involved. And so there would be, we hope, community participation in those discussions.
Do we have closed session, staff?
Briefly, it is necessary to recess to closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6 to confer with labor negotiators. Agency designated representative A. John Olvera, Deputy Executive Officer, Administrative and Human Resources, Employee Organizations, Teamsters Local 911, South Coast AQMD Professional Employees Association, and unrepresentative employees, Executive Officer, General Counsel designated deputies, and management confidential employees. It is also necessary for the board to recess to closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A and 54956.9D4 to consider initiation of litigation. It is also necessary for the board to recess to close session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 to confer with its counsel because there is a significant exposure to litigation against the South Coast AQMD. A report of any reportable actions taken in closed session will be provided to the clerk of the board. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.